Reparations will not commence unless you know you are an African American descendant of slaves. You will not be able to get any reparations, any money, any opportunity to understand how government works and how Congress has a responsibility to a nation of people that have been abandoned. My name is Shirley Husar, and you are watching Shirley's World. Tonight, we're going to discuss the 29 days talking about the African American Black History Month and how you can benefit to know, how do you know your ADOS? How do you know your rights in the ADOS? How do you know your rights as a foundational Black American? Because in order to know these things, you must change the game. In order to move forward, you must have consciousness of who, what, when, and where you are. My name is Shirley Husar. Tonight we will have a special guest, Pastor Tatum. Pastor Tatum is a wonderful person who is active in the urban communities. He'll be chiming in real soon. But I want to talk about the Freedmen Bureau Bank, how it's tied to you, what the Freedmen Bureau was, and how it affects your future, and how you've been denied the benefits of your present time frame from the future, and how all of this mess can tie together. Because see, reparations is a big elephant. It is an elephant that some people want you to have. It is an elephant that other Black people don't want you to have because they don't understand and you don't understand. But if you don't know who you are, what you are, and where you're going, how can you ask for anything? How can you expect somebody to write a check? Because all I hear about them, they need to cut me a check. Who should cut you a check? Why should they cut you a check? And what are you going to do with that check if you got it cut? Are you going to really be FBF1? Are you going to be BF1 first? Are you going to be Black family first? Are you going to take that money and give it to the Chinese, to the Arabs? Are you going to give it to the Armenians and the Indians? Or do you understand the labor laws and the benefits of who you are? So tonight's show, I'm going to break this down. And the reason I'm going to break this down, because we need to have clarity. We need to have an understanding, my family. Because as we know, we learn, we grow. But if we don't learn, if we don't take the time to understand the importance of this particular video, out of all the videos that I've done, I ask you to be patient with me. I ask you to get your pen and your paper and your notepad out right now. Get your, as the Yvette Cornell would say, get your libations and get your water, get yourself together, and really grasp what era that we're in 2020. And the power that you're releasing and letting go for free, which is the power of voting, which is the power of shifting a nation to put the eye of Sauron back on you. Because if they don't pay attention to you, because you're not saying and being the loudest person in the room, you are going to get nothing. But let's start the clarification. What is the Freedmen Bureau? I want to explain that to you right now. Hold on one second. I'm going to bring in Pastor Tatum and see if I can get him in the room. Pastor Tatum, are you there? Pastor Tatum? Pastor Tatum, are you there? Okay, Pastor Tatum's trying to get his sound together, and I'm going to bring him out. I'll wait till he can bring his sound. He has no sound, and I told him that before, so he's going to work on that. I want to talk about the Freedmen Bureau. I want you to understand what the Freedmen Bureau was and what it is and what it was in conjunction to our people. Because unless we know how and who we are, we will not grow as a nation of people. This is from the Smithsonian, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the Smithsonian. These are where your records are. Number one, write this down. I need to find my records. How do I find my records? Write this down. The Freedmen Bureau records. What are the freedmen? What are the freedmen? The museum is focused on the Civil War and the transitions of the emancipation of the Blacks, the Negro slaves, write this down, and their acclamation into America's system, infrastructural system, because remember, we were brought here as commoditized good trades and service. So if we were brought here as commoditized good trades and service, we need to identify that if we were brought here as commodity, but now we're considered human, quote unquote, and how we were treated and how we were abandoned, let's hear the transitioning of this.
The museum is focusing attention on the post-Civil War transition of enslaved people to freedom by making the records of the Freedmen's Bureau accessible online. Seek your ancestors in the Civil War era. The United States Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen and Abandoned Lands, commonly known as the Freedmen's Bureau, was created by Congress in 1865 to assist in the political and social reconstruction of post-war Southern states and to help formerly enslaved people make the transition from slavery to freedom and citizenship. In the process, the Bureau created millions of records that contain the names of hundreds of thousands of formerly enslaved individuals and Southern white refugees. Learn more about the history of the Freedmen's Bureau.
Okay, so this is your first take. I'm going to put all these links at the end of the video. So this weekend and during the week, for those who want to join the fight and join our group, I'm putting together a group for the next 29 days for Black History Month, for us to really break down ADOS, to really break down what is the African-American descendant of slaves? What is the freedmen? How are we freedmen? Because I don't feel free. You're not feeling free. And we're free to a certain degree because we never were fully vested, which I shared with you before. So let's break down the fully vesting as well. But before we can go into the fully vesting, we must identify who we are, and we have to know that we are a peculiar type of people. We are a special type of people. And for some reason, we live in times where people want you to forget that. Let's hear Gladys Knight's particular input on the subject matter.
I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, at Grady Hospital, as most of the African-American kids were down there. I'm a Grady baby. and that was some 71 years ago. My mom and my dad was from College Park in East Point, Georgia. I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. Our journey kind of made us closer. And we can't tell our full story until we fully know who we are and where we come from. We're the only culture in this country that doesn't have their own names. Every other culture can go back and find their heritage along the way. We carry slave names, you know. And
so let's stop right there. Listen to what she said. We are the only culture of people that cannot find our inheritance. Other people can say, oh, I'm from Mexico. Oh, I'm from China. Oh, I'm from Belize. I'm from da-da-da-da. But we are a peculiar people. We are the Black colonists. They brought us here as commodity, as trades and service. They took your name. They took your lineage. They took your rights and everything away from you. And they made you adhere to America's bylaws. And because of that, you are an African that became a descendant of slaves, which is an African descendant of slaves. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are now part of the white colonists, because white colonists, they raped your people, they inbred your people through each other and through us, and we had sex with them, and we had their children, and they had ours, and vice versa. And we went through passing and all of that. But there's records. Those records are called the Freedmen Bureau.
That doesn't have their own names. Every other culture can go back and find their heritage along the way. We carry slave names, you know, and we're from Africa. And now it has been brought to the fore where we can go and find our families, our genealogy, which the church is so wonderfully been doing for so many, many years. I believe the Freedmen's Bureau has done something so extraordinarily amazing with getting these records together and making them available to those of us who didn't get the information that we were looking for, or for the world to know. You cannot know what uplifting thing that is to find out who you really are, and you don't just exist. Now, that's not to say that you can't be a good person. if you don't know that history. But it sure does help you to understand certain things about your life and where you come from and who you are, truly. We're supposed to love each other and sincerely do that, not with any other thoughts in the back of our heads, no racism, no disputes, no none of that kind of stuff. Just loving each other and living together. Let's mesh.
I'm going to stop her right there. We are supposed to love each other. But if you don't know, you don't grow. If you don't have a clarification of who you are and where you come from, you can't add value to the table. You cannot move forward in life. And the reason why is because there's been so much emotional despair put upon you. Let me see if I can get Pastor Tatum in here. Hold on. Pastor Tatum, can you hear me now? Pastor Tatum? Nope, still can't get Pastor Tatum. Pastor Tatum, we're going to have to try you another way. Try your computer if that can work for you. Thank you so much, Arlene. Adam, oh my God, Army. Oh my God, what a blessing. Yay, super chat, super chat, super chat. She says, stay strong, Shirley. Stay strong, girl. I'm trying to stay strong. I'm trying to provide you guys good meat here and good information so that we can continue to move forward. And I appreciate that because the more of us, the more we learn, the more we grow. We add value to the table. We add value to the table. Yes, there are white people who will aid us. And I did that video and I showed you that. So before we talk about black or white, first of all, it's black and white when it comes to the colonists, because the colonists made it with us and made them one with us. So before you start talking about, we're going to talk about white people, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. What we are doing is adding value to the table to have a conversation of reconciliation of who we are and where we're going. This is Black History Month. Know your history. Take just a little bit of time to spend time with your kids, I don't care how old they are, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins, your best friends, whoever you can talk to. Spend time with those people. Add value to those people's lives. And the more you do that, the better you are, because we're talking about lineage, right? We're talking about lineage and generational wealth of passing it down. But what does it mean to talk about, let's do Black History Week, finding our roots? I want to talk about that, and I want to show you in this video.
In a few short days, we begin a new month, the month of February. And I don't know about you, Tom, but I love this month. There are a lot of dates to look forward to. Valentine's Day, this year we have Leap Day, and it's my birthday.
I can see why you like February so much. And at Family Search, we're excited about February too. Even though we can celebrate Black history any day and any month of the year, in 2020, we're celebrating Black history every day for the entire month of February in 29 special ways.
That's right. Carter G. Woodson, a historian and the second African American to earn a doctorate degree from Harvard, originally organized Negro History Week. That eventually became Black History Month, celebrated each February in the United States.
Family Search is celebrating the month with a campaign we're calling Finding Your Black Roots, 29 Ways in 29 Days. The campaign's aimed at exploring resources from Family Search.
Okay, so let me stop right there. 29 Ways in 29 Days. Family Research is an organization that does research on knowing your historical background checks, genealogy. I don't know if they probably do DNA, but they focus more on the genealogy. And I'm going to break down what genealogy is compared to DNA. And all you Black people worrying about somebody wanting to clone you. I ain't going to go into all that. I want to talk about knowing your lineage and who you are, your grandmother, your great-great-grandmother. Side note, this organization is ran by Mormons. So that you know, I am not a Mormon. I am a born-again Christian. I am a Judeo-Christian. I believe in the Christian Judeo values in this country. So I am not a Mormon. And this is not against the Mormons, but I know the Mormons do a lot of things to research and recruit Black people. But on the other hand, the Mormon church, listen to me, has the best records. They have the best slave records that are out there. And so we want to be around the people who have the best and the strongest records, so it's easier for us to find each other, right? So this department, these two people work in a department within Family Research that allows them to access particular peculiar people, which are the descendants of slaves. This is why I think it's important that we focus on organizations that are at least lineage organizations. There's other ones out there. There's Ancestry.com. There is 23andMe. There's different groups that are out there that focus on lineage, but they talk about it in different ways to acquire. They still pull from the same database. Okay, same database, because it's a database from the National Archives, which I showed you earlier.
The campaign's aimed at exploring resources from Family Search over the course of the 29 days of Black History Month.
There are two parts to this campaign. First, Family Search has posted articles to our blog highlighting various aspects of Black history. You'll find information on topics such as family activities for Black History Month, influential African American women, and an overview of how Black History Month came to be. Then, in an effort to help you use the 29 collections to further your own family history, Family Search is partnering with the International African American Museum Center for Family History to provide in-depth exposure to each collection.
Let me stop right there. Are you guys familiar with this museum? The International African American Museum? Because we know there's another one in Washington. See, there's many museums out there, but we haven't taken the time to go to all of them. There's the one in Alabama that is a newer one. It talks about the lynching laws. See, you come from a nation of people that are enriched. There are many white people who are also African American descendants of slaves who say, I don't know that side, or I like to know more of that side. And there's many of us who are Black, like myself, African American descendant of slaves. I have 8.1% African diaspora, white people in me, British, Irish, and different things from the colonial era. My grandmother was half white, but you look at me, you wouldn't tell that, because my great-grandfather was African, and my father's people both were all pure-blooded Africans of different diaspora, from Nigeria to Saint Leon to different ones. But the point of the matter that here you have this beautiful person that's speaking with you right now that has all these different cultures, but the key thing to make you qualify as an ADOS, African American or American descendant of slaves, and our foundational people who created the foundation of this country, what makes you qualify is to identify and to recognize who you are. You must go to these museums, you must take these notes and make yourself clear of what you bring to the table.
To each collection. Every week, IAAM Center for Family History will release blog posts giving an overview of each collection individually, as well as mini tutorials to help you become familiar with how to take advantage of the information found in the collection.
We chose to collaborate with Tony Carrier, director of the Center for Family History at IAAM, to link the celebration of Black history with your own family history as we talk about each of these 29 collections. Learning of our ancestor stories and then finding them in record collections made available by Family Search really brings our families to life. And what better way to celebrate Black History Month than by honoring our ancestors and the way in which they've impacted our lives. I'm really excited for this.
It's exciting. And because of that, we want you to get involved in this month-long celebration.
So there are a couple of things you can do to become involved in the campaign, Finding Your Black Roots, 29 Ways in 29 Days. First, we encourage you to check out the content available now on FamilySearch.org/Black History Month.
Okay, so I want you to see this, so make sure you guys can see this. Write this down. FamilySearch.org, Black History Month. You are to go there and start studying. And then, like I said, at the end of my video, you'll be able to go through there and see all the links of the different videos. And we're going to do a breakdown of how and who some of these other people that you know are celebrities. I want you to see some of their history, but we're going to talk about a little bit still some more of our own individually.
There, you'll find the articles and information on Black History Month, as well as see the links to IAAM's blog posts on the 29 record collections.
Second, we invite you to share these articles online with your friends and family and to use the collections. Let us know how you've used these collections and the tips found in articles to...
Okay, so So let's start right there, because if we, hold on. Make sure I got that same spot.
There, you'll find the articles and information.
Okay, we're there. So this is important that we share. This is important that we share, because as we share, if I find something and you find something and then you DM me and say, Shirley, oh, look, I found this. Oh, I found that. We add value to the table to strengthen the cause of the movement to recognize we are a nation of people. We're a peculiar nation of people that are being abandoned, that are being taken advantage of with privatized prisons and homelessness. And we don't have the liquidity that other cultures of people have. Do you all understand what I'm saying? Let's keep going.
On Black History Month, as well as see the links to IAM's blog posts on the 29 record collections.
Second, we invite you to share these articles online with your friends and family and to use the collections. Let us know how you've used these collections and the tips found in articles to further your family history efforts with the hashtag 29ways29days.
I can't wait to hear some of the experiences that come as more African American families discover, gather, and connect with their ancestors.
I can't wait either, because I think the more that we learn, the more we grow. But if we're not going to sit back and take the time to invest in ourselves, we invest in a lot of people, but we don't invest in ourselves. Hey, Edie, how you doing? Edie is on board. How you doing, Edie?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Edie, you were on our show last time. I appreciate it. You're my Facebook friend. Edie is active in the communities. Tell them what city and state you live in, Edie.
I live in Wisconsin, not too far from Milwaukee.
Awesome. So, Edie, tonight's subject, we're going to talk about ADOS, African American or American Descendants of Slaves. We're going to talk about the foundational people, and we're talking about Black History Month. How do African Americans know who they are? So we're just going to kind of share and weigh in on different videos, and I'll bring you in from time to time. Is that okay?
Sure, sounds fine.
Okay, so let's keep going, you guys. My next article I want to share with you has to deal with the Freedmen Bureau. The Freedmen Bureau Bank, I'm going to go back to that because I want you to understand that the Freedmen Bureau was a bureau that was put together because of the Civil War and what happened after the Civil War. Because like I told you, when Lincoln died, Andrew Johnson became president, and Andrew Johnson did not help Black people. If anything, he created laws and bylaws and rules that was divisive among our people. And this was not a good thing. So there's a professor at Columbia University. This professor gives a breakdown, and I'm going to stop him from time to time so that you can understand. I want you to kind of get a really good perspective of the Freedmen Bureau and this input of it. Before I do, I'm going to ask Edie a couple of questions. I'm just thinking right now. Edie, let me ask you this question. Are you familiar with the Freedmen Bureau?
Just a little bit. I remember learning about it in history class, but I don't have a real in-depth knowledge of it, no.
So share your thoughts of what you know from the Freedmen Bureau.
Well, if I remember correctly, it had to do with trying to put feet to the idea of reconstruction, if that's correct.
Okay.
Is that correct?
No, I want to hear your thing, and how so?
Well, I had the understanding that they were put together to set up banks and not credit unions, but economic organizations to help Blacks that had been freed to be able to get their feet on the ground. And as I understand it, a lot of their efforts were co-opted by probably, basically the globalist type people that have been there for a long time who, have worked hard to make us all poor if they could in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
So I'm gonna share a lot of things you said. It has a good credibility to it, and it's true, but it's a little bit more intensive than that. Freedmen Bureau was like FEMA today. Like if we were to have something really bad happen, FEMA steps in and it helps establish kind of a congruent settlement within the communities to get things going back to normal again. Well, the Freedmen Bureau was similar to that, but it was a little bit different. And so we're going to hear the professor's perspective, and we're going to also see a short video's perspective of the Freedmen Bureau. And then after that, me and you can discuss what we got from it and see if me and you got it right or wrong. How's that sound?
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, here we go, you guys.
The Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen and Abandoned Lands, known as the Freedmen's Bureau, was established by Congress in March of 1865, right before the end of the Civil War. The Bureau was responsible for every aspect of the lives of 4 million former slaves.
I'm going to stop right here. Who established the Freedmen Bureau? Congress. That's what I want you to get. Let's keep going.
Major General Oliver O. Howard, the commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau, was sympathetic to freed people. But he had to contend with Andrew Johnson, the Southerner who had become president when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. When President Johnson began issuing pardons and returning land to former Confederates, Howard defied it and ordered his agents to reserve confiscated and abandoned land for the formerly enslaved. But President Johnson overrode Howard's directive.
Okay, so there were soldiers who remember what Lincoln taught them. There were soldiers who said, look, before Lincoln's assassination, we were going to commence land and rights even more than the emancipation, more than the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. We were going to do more for those descendants, right? But we can't do any more because Andrew Johnson's in place. And he created an appeal, and I want you to listen to that part. So I'm going to backtrack just a little bit.
But President Johnson overrode Howard's directive. Howard himself went to deliver the bad news to the freedmen, and at the same time, he began to create the terms for labor contracts.
Stop right there. This is so important that you understand labor laws, because the labor laws and labor in America was crucial. The African Americans and the whites worked together in labor rights, but there were certain contracts where now, okay, these Negroes ain't no longer slaves. They gonna work like we gonna work. How is all this gonna come together? We can't do it the way we used to, like the slaves, and we can't do it the way we used to, like the Northerners. So we have to commemorate a new reconstruction of America. And they kept going back and forth because Lincoln had all the blueprints and Andrew Johnson was shifting and changing those blueprints. Let's keep going.
Howard delayed the signing of contracts 2 months in the hopes that the new Republican Congress would find a way for former slaves to become landowners. Congress refused, and a majority of the Southern land returned to the white elites. In the summer of 1872, Congress shut the Freedmen's Bureau down.
Okay, so the summer of 1872, they shut the Freedmen's Bureau down, and later on that summer of 1877, the Union pulled out of the South, abandoning Black people. But again, today's subject matter is, how do you know you are a descendant of slaves and what benefits should you acquire? Let's go back to Edie. Edie, what's your take on what you've seen so far? What's your take on it?
Well, it's interesting to me that Andrew Johnson was put into place as he was. I mean, it strikes me as being something intentional that, the globalists did. They got rid of Lincoln. They put him in place. What mystifies me is the question of why the Republican Congress voted as they did to return this land to white elites. What was behind that? Because that's upsetting.
It really is upsetting. It's upsetting too that the Union pulled out of the South, because we know, you hear a lot of white people talk about, the Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. Well, the Klan was created from the abandonment of the Union pulling out of the South. It empowered them to go into this massive lynching. So there would have never been a Klan if the Union never pulled out of the South. And the Union would have never had to pull out of the South if Lincoln didn't die. Interesting, right?
Yes, it is.
Let's continue on. Let's continue on. I got another professor I want you to hear.
Now, Libwak talks about this, but Libwak represents an excellent book, but there's a certain undercurrent of it, of this post-revisionism, where he seems to feel that sort of everybody is against these poor former slaves, and the Freedmen's Bureau is representing the interests of the planters, basically. They're hand in glove with the planters. My view is that actually, as I said, there's a three-way conflict here. The Freedmen's Bureau is not the agent of the former slaves, nor is it the agent of the planters. It is the agent of the free labor ideology of the North. The job of the Freedmen's Bureau is to impose a free labor system on the ashes of slavery. To the extent that this means putting blacks back to work on the plantations, it does mean they have a community of interest with owners. But on the other hand, they try to defend the free labor rights of the former slaves, i.e. reasonable wages, mobility, the right to leave your job. What laborers, nobody puts you in jail in the North if you leave your job. You can go get another job.
So I'm gonna stop right here. Now let's fast forward. You guys know today we are a global economy, that we no longer depend on our own self-interest. That was not the way America was back then. We were still global, but not to the extent that we are now. And that's why we're so in bed with China, and we're so in bed with the Philippine Islands, and we're so in bed with India and Indian people. When you call for your credit check or some of your mortgages, we now have these telemarketers who, these foreign lands are handling your personal accounts. And we didn't even ask for that. To me, that should be illegal, but that's a whole nother story. Mm-hmm. But it's just the fact of the matter that these other countries are keeping America's wills going. Well, there was a time in history where we didn't depend on any of those people. We only had self-reliance, which were white and black people. And those white and black people, after the Civil War, had to say, we got to make this work. So there were new labor laws that had to be enforced, because you no longer can use a human for free slaves. You have to compensate these black people for their worth. And they were called the freedmen. Freedmen, which men who were free. Now we're talking about the African-American freedmen. There also were the Native Americans who were freedmen. And we'll go into another conversation later on about them. The interesting part of where the Indians still benefit that we didn't get, they became a sovereign nation of people. And they were allocated land, and they were given rights. Many Indians, Native American Indians today get checks. They get monthly checks, monthly stipends, and they get educational checks, meaning that if you're a Native American and you have proof and you've gone through that process they have, I know people getting $3,500, $4,500, $5,000 a month. Listen, because they are a Native American and they are going to school. And that all reverts back to the Civil War. But when it came to black people, back in the era where you had Lincoln and Johnson, Lincoln was a Republican. Johnson was a Democrat. Today, when we have the vice president and the president, they're of the same party. But that was not what it was back then. Lincoln wanted to do good by saying, let's bring this country together, the South and the North, and we'll have one represent one power and one represent another. But what I think Edie is leaning towards, and which I am too, look at the conspiracy. If we kill Lincoln and we take the presidency, we've still won both sides. Even though all that war and all these people died for the freed slave and for better America, we did not become the America of the North that commemorated. That's why so many soldiers were mad and angry and trying to stall out on time for the betterment of the Negro, because they knew that was leverage. Black people said, well, Civil War wasn't about us. We were commodity. Of course it was about us, because we were leveraged to the best interest of the Democrats and the Dixiecrats, not for the betterment of the Republic or the betterment of all people. What do you have to say, Edie? Put your weight in on that.
Yeah, I very much agree. To me, this is for me, where the sadness is that such a great price was paid to bring about the end of slavery. When you read through the history, that to me, when I was in school, was one of the proudest things I felt. Was here was Lincoln, they got rid of slavery. Everybody, when you read through history, in the fiber of your being, you're sitting there and you're thinking, right, if we are the country that put together this Constitution, talked about freedom, talked about all this stuff. Getting rid of slavery was foundational. You know, it was the statement of who we really are or should be as a nation. And then when you come to Reconstruction and you see what's happening with this power and this money and everything going back to these white elites and all the rest of this, it just totally undoes all that.
It absolutely undoes all that. All that we've been taught, right? It's like
Right.
wherever you've learned and I've learned, we're almost like relearning our own American history because they weren't clear to us. Because I thought, okay, we're free because of Lincoln. No, when you really break it down, this was about blacks and whites. This is not about immigrants. This is not about illegal immigrants or migrants. Because the people who should own this land and run this country, and I don't mean to disrespect any other cultures, it should be the descendants of the colonists, because the origin of the people. If we start bringing other people here and they're running for the seat of the presidency or whatever, they're going to shift us away from what we were founded upon. And that can be dangerous for us, because what happened is they can always go back. If you had no offense, I'm not drifting too far off, but I'm giving an example. If you have another person from another country and they become president, they're going to work alliance to utilize the resources of who we are for their culture of people and their country. That is not what America is about. When people talk about we're the melting pot and the way we are, but the way we're not. Because the truth of the matter, the colonists brought us here as commodity and trades. Lincoln came on board saying we got to end all this and we got to kind of reconstruct. That's why this is called the Reconstruction of America. Hold on, Edie. Let's continue on with this professor.
Okay.
Nobody sues you if you leave your job. That's what should be. And there should be a labor market, a free labor market. And with a shortage of labor, if there really is a free labor market, blacks should be able to benefit from it. The demand is greater than the supply. So if the Southern laws are attempting to regulate this labor market to avoid that kind of situation. Now, the Freedmen's Bureau, as I've mentioned briefly, was established at the very end of the Civil War to oversee the transition from slavery to freedom. It had enormous obligations. It dealt with labor, it dealt with violence, it dealt with poverty, it dealt with welfare, it dealt with legal problems, it set up its own courts, it set up schools. All this was done by, at a maximum, 900 Freedmen's Bureau agents.
Now let's stop right there. Can you imagine 2 million slaves being overseen by 900 Freedmen Bureau agents? That's not even enough to compensate for those people. And everything you said, that's like a building of a nation. I mean, to have to do all that, right, Edie? What's your take?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is no way, bureaucratically speaking, that could even work. Just no way. There's not enough people to administer anything.
No, but they tried, and they had a lot to do. And I think after a while they were going to deputize other agents, right? Let's just use these 900 people. Let's get established the new labor laws. Labor is the key word, because look how we're disenfranchised right now, where we have hundreds and thousands and millions of homeless people in America who are Americans who can't get a job, who are displaced and disorientated. Look at how they can't get housing. And a lot of it equates back to this era, because the labor laws of America has been altered to benefit China, to benefit India, to benefit all these other foreign lands. And, we have a third party. We have the Republican Party, we have the Democrat Party, but we also have a party where people basically have family members that they bring on board. Look at Nancy Pelosi and her nephew who runs the state of California, Gavin Newsom. Nepotism. The new party is nepotism. So when we talk about, forget Republican and Democrat, let's talk about the nepotism party, because the nepotism party has been engaged for the last 40 to 50 years and has disfranchised America and has broken the labor laws. And that's why we need to talk about what Trump is doing. But let's continue with the Freedmen Bureau so that you guys understand.
Scattered around the South. It was a remarkable institution given 19th century concepts of governmental action, but it was never remotely large enough to really, and to really accomplish all the things that it had been asked to do. Nonetheless, they did do a lot of things. By the end, the Freedmen's Bureau ends in 1870. By that time, there were well over 250,000 students in Freedmen's Bureau schools in the South. There were hospitals having been set up. They had arbitrated numerous disputes between employer and employee. They had given out food to starving people, tried to protect blacks against violence. Very hard to do that. As I say, they were the agent of this free labor idea in a situation where free labor was very difficult to actually put into effect, at least.
Now, isn't this funny to me? This part of history is so huge. Like, they could have set up a whole subject matter on the Freedmen Bureau. But yet, for some reason, in our educational system, this is kind of like a passé. But this is huge to me. What do you think, Edie?
Well, you know, it seems to me odd that it was almost an afterthought. When they started the Civil War, you would have thought that they would have been already working on ideas about how to make that transition way in the beginning. And yet it's being left to the end of the war. Why weren't there people working on it before that?
I think there were people working on it before that, but they had to wait till the war ended. They had to see how we were going to land. You can't decide how you land unless you have a landing pad. There was no landing pad. So yes, we knew how to do it, but we needed to land it. What I'm talking about is the educators of America today, how we're not talking about this history, and it affected the lives, especially of the African-American descendants of slaves and the white colonists. Well, they had to learn to work together. We're engulfed with the conversation of immigration and migrants in America very heavily right now. This is the forefront of the frontier fighting. That's why Make America Great Again is such an evil word. Excuse me, because you have so many people saying, I don't want to make America great again. And we're saying, well, then why are you here? Because this is what the Civil War was about. This was what Reconstruction was about. But we don't talk about that. But if we look at it from a Freedmen Bureau point of view, you had markets, you had stores, you had all these things that were supposed to be in place to better us. But the question is, what happened? Let me continue on.
In the way it operated in the North. So the Freedmen's Bureau really reflects this Lincolnian idea that the way to make people work is to give them positive incentives.
I got to stop back and do this word so you guys can see it. Lincolnian, see if I can find it. Lincolnian is a word. It's Lincoln's ideology. If you look that word up, it's called Lincolnian. I've read a lot of books where they'll say Lincolnian. So it's the ideology of what Lincoln was thinking, because Lincoln died. So we can only look at his notes and only suspect from his leaders at that time of his conversation of what he wanted. But then you had Andrew Johnson, who was constantly twisting, being the vice president. So I knew what he wanted too, and he wanted this. And he was doing stuff outside of Congress under the name of Congress. Let's continue on.
Was very difficult to actually put into effect, at least in the way it operated in the North. So the Freedmen's Bureau really reflects this Lincolnian idea that the way to make people work is to give them positive incentives. So they tried to make these contracts as fair as possible under the situation. As I mentioned weeks ago, this was the Northern economic critique of slavery, which dates all the way back to Adam Smith, that slave labor is inherently inefficient because the worker has no incentive to work effectively. The worker does not benefit from his or her labor.
So let's stop right there. So you guys have to understand why the North did not support slavery. And the reason why the North did not support slavery, because they knew that the human, the black, had no incentive to do this unless he was beeped or whipped. There was no joy in the wanting to do this because it was not for their best interest. It was not for their best interest. It was for the self-best interest of the slave master, which marginalized the growth of a nation of people. But if you freed these people and allowed them to have an incentive, not only of freedom, but to have schools and markets and stores and housing on their own merit, then everyone has happened and there's a win-win situation. But on the other hand, there was empowerment within the cotton industry. And the cotton industry was ran by the South. And they had free labor. Now imagine owning a company and you don't have to pay anybody for that work. That means your margins are huge. You keep all the profit. Well, the North said, this is crazy. This is not helping us grow. This is helping you grow as an individual, and you're enslaving these people. That is not how our economic thinking here is on the North. Let's go to war and see who wins. Let's keep going.
And therefore has no incentive. Give them an incentive. Free labor gives you the incentive. Therefore, they will work better. Therefore, free labor is more effective than slave. This is not a economic, this is not a statistical argument. It's an ideological argument that free labor should be and always must be better than slave. Sometimes, but it may not be true. There's tremendous economies of scale on plantations, which benefit slave labor. The ability to force people to work can also lead to pretty good productivity. But the notion that you could actually get people to work without compulsion was unknown. One planter, when the Freedmen's Bureau told, there's an account in there of an exchange with a planter about contracts which the Freedmen's Bureau was invalidating because they were unfair. The agent said, in the North, workers are not required to sign yearly labor contracts, and they are not subject to vagrancy laws if they don't sign, have a job. And the planter was incredulous. He said, well, how can you get work out of a man unless you compel him? How can you get work out of a man unless you compel him? That's the plantation concept. And then one other point here, and we'll get to this also, is that this period of 1865 to 66 is also a period of the beginnings of Black politics in the South. Conventions, meetings, statewide, local, in which people are putting forward demands for equal rights, civil rights, political rights, economic rights. Many of those conventions passed resolutions praising the Freedmen's Bureau, requesting the Freedmen's Bureau stay. Blacks did not see the Bureau as an oppressive agent in general. Some of the local officials were. They saw it as an alternative source of authority, of power in the South, given that the planters still controlled most of the land.
Okay, so when they say planter, they mean slave masters. For those who keep saying, what do they mean by planters? Planters mean slave masters, because the slave masters were the one planting, having the slaves plant within the community. By the freedmen, by having the power and the leadership, which was the union. So imagine being a union soldier. Now you've switched from being a soldier. Now you're a soldier working as an agent for the Freedmen Bureau. That bureau was like a police protection guard for the slaves in the South. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It came into play. In fact, that these bureaus would plant themselves in planter communities in slave states. Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, parts of Texas, Virginia, all those players up in those areas, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina. A lot of these main hubs where there's a large demographics of Blacks way south. They had to send over people way from the North over there to say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to plant our people for protection for these bureau. In the meantime, there are Black people who are now empowered. We're intellectual people just as well. And we're coming to an understanding of what policies and politics are and how they're ran. And we've always knew this, but now we want to empower ourselves. So we need to have conversations, and we're using the Freedmen Bureau as a hub of protection, but as a gateway to go and talk to Lincoln and talk to Frederick Douglass regarding the needs of our people. Let's keep going.
And so, as I said, African Americans, they wanted land. Throughout this whole period, this question of 40 acres and a mule was on the agenda, but never achieved. We know that. I don't believe that 40 acres of land would have been an economic panacea. This would not have solved all the problems of either the former slaves or the South as a whole. Many historians think this is it. This is the key. This is the crux. If only they had distributed land, Reconstruction would have succeeded. Obviously, it's a lot better to own land than not to own land in an agricultural society. But, you know, in the 30 years after the Civil War, the small farmer faced a dire situation in the United States and everywhere else in the world. The terms of trade were shifting globally more and more toward industry and against agriculture. There was an overproduction of cotton. Land is not the only scarce resource in an agricultural society. The credit system, access to tools and machinery and other things. In other words, white farmers, and we will see this down the road, white farmers who mostly owned their own land before the war are losing their land in large numbers in the 30 years after the Civil War. This will eventually culminate in the populist uprising of the 1890s, where farmers are demanding major changes in the economic system to get themselves out of the
Okay, I know it's a lot to process, so I'm gonna slow it down and back it up a little bit. He started talking about credit. I want you to understand the importance of this. So land becomes scarce because even though they have a lot of cotton and overproduction of cotton, and everybody wants land, and they want land that they can work, because there still was a lot of land left in America, but the problem was it wasn't developed, right? There was no infrastructure there. There were no towns there. So you literally given this land, and then a lot of towns, little small towns, and we'll go into those shows later on. They use Black people and they send them there as testing grounds to see if they can be habitable, knowing that they had crocodiles and knowing that they had alligators and all these things in this particular piece of land, like in the northern, like in the South, really heavy South Carolina, Virginia, and parts of Virginia. And they use Black communities to get settled there. And then sometimes those white owners, after they found out that it was habitable by testing Black people, they would tell them something was wrong and they would scare the Black people out and the white people would move in. That's a whole nother show. And if I show you that, you guys will be freaking out on that one. But I want you to understand the importance of development. I'm a real estate developer. I graduated from USC Financial Real Estate Development. I've been a licensed realtor for over 20 years, almost 30 years. Our time keeps going. So I understand infrastructure. But if we're talking about labor and Blacks and white people, these same white people had credit. See, history repeats itself, because what is the problem with Black Americans today? They don't have the credit or the money to be able to create their own labor worth. Meaning what? We can't go out and buy hotels and markets and stores. If you're from India, you can go to the Indian banks. They'll loan you some money in India, and you can have that money transferred into American dollars. If I'm Mexican, I can go to Mexico. I can go into my Mexican bank. I can get Mexican dollars and I can transfer them into American and have them changed into American dollars. See, there's other resources that other countries are doing. That's why when I say don't beat yourself up, learn your rights and start telling Congress, you commenced a Freedmen Bureau that in the future you'll find out they pulled the plug out and walked away from us. But this all started from Congress not doing their job. Congressional leaders. But if we're going to talk about credit and accreditation, if you say you can give a Black man a house and you can give him some education, but what you can't give him is the opportunity to create a labor force within his family. That's the problem, because that's what we need. You think it's education. You think it's trade. The labor force commits by saying you want free wages for the next generation of your family, so that you can have your name and say, hey, I'm part of the Macy family. I'm part of the Sears and Roebuck family. I'm part of the Trump family. Because he had foundation from his father to build on that lineage. Don't hate that. Don't hate that, because that's what America has always done. What you should be hating is the fact that you've been denied that right by the colonists and by Congress of the days of old. Edie, what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I think is that, the thought crossed my mind, how Habitat for Humanity has gone into neighborhoods and built homes and stuff. It should be the case, I'm thinking of sections of Milwaukee, where so many people are renting, so many Black families have been renting and stuff. Why isn't it the case that, some of the land and credit to redevelop properties, incentive to, flip houses and, do a reconstruction there, if you will, why are there not incentives from government to do that?
Right. And then people will say, but surely there are incentives. There are government grants that are allotted out there for the minorities. Well, what did we say in earlier videos? African American descendants of slaves are not minorities. We're not immigrants. We're not illegal immigrants. So if you take the word minority and you put us in that bunch, then all the people who have migrated here
Right.
are all claiming for that little piece of the
Exactly.
resource. And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the only way you can fix that problem is going back to Ben Carson and the HUD department and saying, look, if you're going to have a nation of people who are suffering and being most attacked and most forgotten in this country are the African American descendants of slaves and white people and white colonists, because I see more Blacks and white homeless than I see Mexicans. I don't see no Chinese people homeless. I don't see no India who are homeless. So let's clarify that. You can call this a racist or whatever you want. I'm just giving you facts. I'm from California. I'm being oppressed right now, and they are flooding in here like rats and roaches. Okay, coronavirus is real. For y'all don't think it's real, I'm really meticulous. I'm not going to Chinatown. I'm not eating their food. When I see one of them, I walk 3 blocks away. I'm not trying to be mean or racist. I want to live. But the viruses and disease from other countries that come here flying in and out of our country, that is not of God. And unless you wake up and realize that there are people who are responsible, who are in leadership position like Congress, like in the House and in the Senate, who are ignoring the inner city people who have been part of the foundational people, there is some judgment that needs to be called on that. So when people say, well, there is money, there's grants and da-da-da. No, you're going to find out that 90% of that stuff is Latinos have taken it over. 90% of that has been taken over by Indians and Filipinos and Pakistanians. That they got a system, and Armenians, of bringing their families here. And I've said this before, if you're not going to be Black family first, if you're not going to focus on your family, your origin of your family, the Blacks and the whites, there are many white people that follow me who are descendants of slaves who need to rise up and start saying, I am part of the foundation as well. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, I knew they passed, but we don't want to talk about it. We have to start talking because you are on the verge of extinction just as I am. Let's continue on, Edie.
Resource in an agricultural society, the credit system, access to tools and machinery and other things. In other words, white farmers, and we will see this down the road, white farmers who mostly owned their own land before the war are losing their land in large numbers in the 30 years after the Civil War. This will eventually culminate in the populist uprising of the 1890s, where farmers are demanding major changes in the economic system to get themselves out of the tendency and poverty that they've been thrust into. So small farming was an increasingly difficult mode of life, and African-American farmers would have faced similar challenges to everybody else. We can go into this in the future. I'm not saying it wouldn't have been a good idea to distribute land, but this was not the whole problem. My point is the struggle was both economic and political at the same time, which is actually why I won't go this far. A lot of Southern planters were actually more alarmed by the prospect of Blacks voting than getting a little piece of land.
Whoa. Let's pause on that. Let's pause on that. Edie, listen to what he just said. He said the slave master was more scared of the Negro that voted than the one that he can own land, but if that Negro votes, we got a problem. Why were they more scared, Edie? Why do you think they were more scared?
I think they were afraid of Blacks having power. I mean, when you think about it, somebody having land is not a threat if they don't have access to the power and the access to the credit, like you're saying, and the means to make it develop and use it. Right?
That's correct.
Education, look, education was denied for such a long time. Why? because they didn't want them to have power. They didn't want them to have the knowledge needed to really make good on what was given to them. That was the key.
That was the key.
And look at all this money going to people from, south of the border, free education, blah, 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 blah. Is that being given to other people? Is it being given to blacks? Is it being given to poor whites?
No,
it's not.
no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, we are empowering all these other people under the infrastructure of our system. That's why I constantly say that we are dispositioned by government. And look how the government was scared. But that fear failed them, because if they would have worked with us, like now, if they would work with us, we're the one that can have the voice where these foreigners can't keep saying, well, you're racist. Hold up. We were the most racist, oppressed Holocaust in America. There's no other Holocaust worse than the black slaves. No other human sacrifice worse than 400 years of oppression. And we're still oppressed in a new transformation today. So unless Congress and your leaders in this country utilize the voter black vote, they're not going to get ahead. But I think the blacks don't know the power that they have, Edie. I really don't.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think that, this has to be exposed more, brought out more, get people like, one person I really admire for all the work she's done is Alveda King, when it comes to the whole issue of abortion and people waking up to the idea that the Black community, talk about oppression, the lie that's been sold to people of the whole travesty of abortion. I mean, what better way to keep blacks down than to get everybody convinced that, well, this is a simple solution to a problem. Instead of building the community up, it's tearing it down.
It's tearing it down because of the womb. Let's destroy the womb and we can destroy the culture of the people.
Right. I mean, it's horrible.
It is horrible.
People like her could be tremendous spokespeople for everything that you're talking about. I mean, this is the kind of thing that needs to be brought out, because the favoritism toward everybody but Americans, we know what it's doing. It's watering down the culture, it's watering down our values, it's watering down our economic system, all to build up these fat cats, that's what they are, at the top.
It's true. That's very true.
That's what's happening.
That's all that's happening. Let's continue on.
It was the right to vote that they most vigorously opposed. Because, as I say, the struggle between the planter and the former slave, the struggle that the petitioners said, this is our all-time enemies, is fought out on the ground. It's also fought out in the realm of politics. The refusal of the white South in 1865 to accept the reality of emancipation, given a free hand by Andrew Johnson, the leaders of the white South proved that they cannot accept the reality of the end of slavery. But that refusal triggers two big reactions. One is a wave of political organization among blacks, and then a outrage in the North and a determination to intervene directly to make sure that the results of the Civil War are not being overridden, or reversed by the actions of these Southern governments. It seems that the Civil War is being reversed, and whatever your political view in the North, you're not going to stand around and let the South reinstitute a form of slavery. So
a form of slavery, And yet we still have that through privatized prisons. We still have that through abortion. Because how do you minimize a growth of a nation of people. How do you marginalize Black colonists? And then how do you replace them? Well, we know how we're being replaced by immigrants and illegal immigration. We've got that part covered. We know how we're being taken out through abortion and prisons. And we also know how we're being manipulated with our mind with the emasculation of Black men walking around in dress, and Hollywood thinking that every time you cast Black young men, you must make them gay. You must put them in dresses. You had to feminize the Black man. When we all know the Black man is one of the most powerful sources. In every other culture, they value the wife and the child. But the way that American colonists in Hollywood have allowed us to become manipulated, and I would say even utilized, is to turn against each other, not work together, and have us devalue ourselves. Edie, what's your take?
I totally agree. I mean, it's so much of what I've seen, all the, Black versus white, class warfare, everything, right? It just killed me when I saw what Obama was doing when he was getting people all upset. We had riots in Milwaukee and everything. And it broke my heart because I sat there and I thought, you know what? We are starting to make some real progress. We are starting to get families working together. We are starting to reawaken the concept of what the Constitution is, what our rights are. My husband was working for ADT for a while, and he was going into neighborhoods in Milwaukee, and there was a real sense for a short time that, we can get sanity back. Blacks can defend their own community by, enforcing the Second Amendment, because there's so much crime and stuff that goes on. If people start to stand up for themselves, if families start to stand up for themselves,
But let me ask you
that
this.
was happening.
But if you can't really get it to its fullest fruition if people don't know their own history. Because if you say I'm a descendant of slave, what does that mean? If I say to you, what is the Freedmen Bureau? Even you didn't know. And I didn't really know. I mean, I had to do my homework. I'm like, well, what is this? And then when you learn that it's such an important part of history, it was part of the Reconstruction. Because to me, if we're going to utilize this administration, you like him or not, President Trump, a shout out to President Trump if he has a chance to listen to our videos, the Reconstruction should be completed. Because the Reconstruction never was completed. It was dissembled and it was restructured by Andrew Johnson and relabeled. What did he use the word? He basically said, look, what they did was they came in and they just changed it around. That's all they did. If you're not going to be a slave, then what will make you is, oh, I know we'll do. We'll privatize prisons and get them to work for nothing. Oh, I know we'll do. We'll create Lyndon B. Johnson law. And what we'll do is we'll allow the great society where you can get all this free stuff. Now, wait a minute. We just stopped the labor laws. The labor laws is what we're talking about here in the 1800s, where he said Lincoln wanted to have it so that Black people on the North did, the Northern economics wanted to have it so that Blacks valued an incentive. There's no incentive to get a free check from EBT or WIC. What's the incentive? But it's another part of slavery. Go ahead.
I think too that your point is really well taken when you talk about the fact that Blacks and whites, if we would stop fighting each other, recognize our rights, recognize our foundation, work together, we would have stronger communities, all of us. Quality of life would be way better. To say nothing of the economics of everything. That's a big part of it too. But I mean, we all look back, I look back to the 50s and the 60s and kind of wish we were still there, because our communities were strong. People got along. There were all kinds of good things happening. We miss that. We hurt when we don't have that fiber of connectedness that we now have lost.
Absolutely.
And a lot of us have been talking about it, and we just sit there and we go, fine, so some of us made some more money than we had previously. Honestly, what value does your life have if you don't have the community? I mean, that's really important.
Yeah, but see, the problem with the Black community you may not know of is that we are so disenfranchised now with each other. We've been filtrated by so many other cultures of people, the Latin cultures in our community, the Armenian cultures in community. We have so many people in our heads telling us that we're all the same, we all need to work together. And if that was the truth, then it would happen. But it's not true because the rights don't apply to the same thing. They just don't. And when the whites and the blacks work together, at least I'll tell you this much from a northerner's perspective. I've been told, and I've talked to people in the South, the blacks and whites know where each other stand. We're this muddled country of America called California, where we believe in this universal love, but we don't believe in universal action. We don't assimilate, we don't associate, we segregate ourselves. So people come here and they set up little Saigon, little Armenian, little China, and they set up all these little countries under the infrastructure of America, and then they cipher the benefits under the word minority that was set up for descendants of slaves. But again, going back to how do you know you're a descendant of slaves comes to understanding the Freedmen Bureau rights of what was allocated towards you. But if you don't know that the Freedmen Bureau has stuff allocated towards you, then you don't know the benefits of being an ADOS descendant. Let's continue on.
Stand around and let the South reinstitute a form of slavery. So the Black Codes, which later on most Southern leaders say that was a tremendous mistake to try to use the power of the state to reimpose a kind of unfree labor, triggers one of the most titanic political battles in American history. And it's a battle that rewrites the Constitution, rewrites our laws, and leads to one of the most remarkable experiments in democracy in American history. And next week, we will turn from this to Washington to see that.
So I want you guys to go to the free Columbia Learning. I pulled this because I wanted you to see what this professor was talking about. So let's go back to what I told you. The subject matter is, how do you know you are a descendant of slaves? How do you know that you're an ADOS? Because many of you guys are out there. Let's give a shout out to Pam. Thank you, Pam, for moderating. I know you guys have been chiming in. I have been watching you from afar. Thank you for all those who have donated money. I know there was another donor out there, and you guys have been coming in with your ideas and your thought patterns, and I really appreciate the big donors. It really adds value, and it makes me feel amazing. And you know that I really appreciate your input. Unless you know who you are, you cannot move forward. Unless you understand the empowerment of a people and how you've been enslaved in your mind in another format, because the reconstruction of America was never reconstruction. We are the attributes of the incompletion of the reconstruction. And the reason why we are the attributes of the incompletion is because people don't see where we're coming from. So we got a guest on. How you doing, my brother? Are you out there? What's your name? I see you chimed in.
Oh, peace. How you doing, Sister Husar? My name is Ahanu L.
Hello, my brother. How you doing? Thank you for chiming in.
I'm doing wonderful. I actually seen you on the Afrocentric channel.
Yes.
With the brother. I sent you on there a couple weeks ago, and definitely what you're talking about the invasion of illegal immigrants. I definitely been on point with that like the last couple of years, because I'm in the North. I'm in New Jersey, and I never seen Mexicans or like a lot of Central and South American people within a lot of the Black neighborhoods. We just had originally like Puerto Ricans, and they came after like 1960, 1970, around that time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I see them all over the place. I wanted to add something, if it's okay to you and your audience. I've been doing a lot of research, right? I've been doing this research like for the last 15 years. And I'm doing a documentary, and my documentary is called Culture Freedom. It's called For Hidden Cultures of America, Black Indians. Now, a lot of people do not know that there was already Black people in the South. when before Columbus got here, before Europeans got here.
Right.
It was already black people that looked just like you and me in the South already when these people got here. Only thing they did was classify them so-called Indians or whatever you want to call them as colored people. And they went from being Indians to colored, and from colored to Negro, from Negro to black, and from black to African Americans. And it wasn't from being mixed with no other Indians, because there was no, these mongoloid looking Indians that look like a lot of these Hispanics that you see that's supposed to be Native Americans. Them were not the people who they found in the South. The people they found in the South were so-called black people. Now I got historical records, I got documentations, I got anthropology, I got everything to prove. And with my documentary, what I'm doing is I'm just going around just interviewing black Americans. I just asked them, do you got family in the South? Where your family from? Have you ever heard you had Indian in you? Most of us, we deny that we got Indian in us because we think the Indians are these people that they've been showing us. Now, most black Americans, everybody been told that they got Indians somewhere down the line in their family, whether they believe it, whether they do not believe it. And I'm gonna tell you something else that I found in my historical records. Most of the slaves that came here was white people. My father lived in Georgia, and you know what he told me? He told me his grandfather had their own plantation in the 1800s, where he had family members working on their own plantation, and they used to pick their own produce and sell it to the Europeans. This is what they were saying that a lot of us was doing. And I tell you like this, we see how the 1900s is now. We think if it was like that, if the 1800s was like the 1900s. Now just think of how the 1900s was. They was lynching us, segregation, bathrooms, all this, that, and the third, right? If the 1800s was like that, the biggest slave owner in the South was a guy by the name of William Ellison. William Ellison was a black man. He was the biggest slave owner in the South. How did white people allow him to own all the slaves without them lynching them? Because that system wasn't in effect until after the Civil War.
Okay, but if we're going to talk about, and I respect where you're coming from in your history, and I'd love for you to share that. And there's you can, in the comment, you can email me. My email is shirleyhusar@gmail.com. You feel free to share any documents or information that you have, because all this is important, because it adds to the case of understanding we are slave descendants and foundational people. So you're referring to talk about the foundation of who we are and where we came from. What I want you to understand is what we're talking about today. And what you say adds a lot of value to it, because we were slave owners, we were slaves, white people were slave owners, and the Irish were slaves. We understand that. But the biggest culture of people that contribute towards slavery and the development of America were African Americans, were Africans. So I'm not denying that there were blacks that owned slaves, but those same blacks that owned slaves, the denominating group of people, if you add it all up, blacks were the largest of those groups. But let's bring it forward. Let's bring it forward, because I got to bring us forward. I can't just keep talking about slavery. I've got to help us understand that as descendants of slaves, we do have rights. And we do have those rights because of the emancipation, the 13th and 14th Amendment. We have to go by the legislation of laws within Congress who failed us through the Freedmen Bureau of what we were not allotted to. Edie, what's your take on what this beautiful brother just said?
Well, I find it interesting. I guess I knew that there were a lot of white slaves that came over, but I didn't know that they were the largest. I would be interested in seeing that. But what it says to me is that the need for blacks and whites to work together to reestablish the foundation that we need is absolutely, totally important. You know, this is something that needs to happen. It's foundational, like you're saying, the roots are there. This is what the North wanted from the beginning. There's just the benefits of it are tremendous, and if you look at the number of just today, the number of poor whites that there are in Appalachia elsewhere, it's a huge number of people. And a lot of people don't recognize that. But this whole concept of working together to reestablish the foundation, I think is really, really important.
I agree with that. Brother, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, yeah, definitely. There's a book, there's an author by the name of Michael Hoffman called They Was White and They Was Slave. You got white slave owners in antebellum South. You got Negro slave owners in the South. You got like at least 6, 7 books out there that shouldn't be circulating within any of this, because according to what we was told, and if you look up the word slave origins start from a group of people called the Slavics. Now, if you Google who the Slavics are, they're all Europeans. They're all Europeans, meaning Germanic, the Czechoslovakians. If you Google the Slavic, the word slave comes from the word Slovenian, the Slavic people. Now, we keep running around here saying that we were slaves or whatever, but when you research the word itself, it don't say nothing about no group of people being brought from Africa. It says about Slavic people who was enslaved. Now, like I said, you do the research yourself in a book. Like my biggest thing was this, right? When I studied what America was really about, then I can know I can see how they can lie to us about them bringing us here and then putting us in slavery and all that, because we was the agricultural. We was the ones that made agriculture. How did Benjamin Banneker make an almanac if he was an African? He made an almanac. He made an almanac for the European farmers. He didn't make it for us, because we knew already when it was time to farm and when it was time to grow. And I will tell you something else. In the 1900s, you see pictures of kids on these so-called plantations. Them are not owned by white people. Them are black farms in which the family was farming, and what they used to do was pick the cotton, pick the peanuts, whatever produce they were selling, and they will take it to and sell it to the mills, and the mills will buy it. So a lot of times they was picking their own produce and selling it for the economical aspect of it. And we don't even understand when he said reconstruction was them reconstructing the whole lie and telling us that we was all slaves and we came here from Africa. That was all made by the Rockefellers, and that's J.P. Morgan Chase. All of them are the people who fund the local schools and the school. They made this whole story up about this slavery and a lot of this stuff, because like I said, when you're doing a lot of research, how is Africans coming from Africa and becoming freemen? It doesn't make no sense to me, because I seen roots. I know they saying that once they brought you here, you was a slave until lifetime. I don't want to hear about you buying your way out of slavery. I don't want to hear about them releasing you, because that's not the story that they told us.
I understand that, but let me ask you this.
Yes.
We know there's different stories we may agree or disagree that are real or fake or truth. And shout out to Mona. Mona is right. When we talked about the Irish and the additional slaves, they were a different type of slave. They were servants and they were freed. So that meant that when their children had baby, the Irish, they weren't slaves. We were considered, and I know there's a term and I'm not going to say it correctly, but basically if you were a black woman, you conceived a child, that child was born as a slave and it was owned by its master, meaning whoever that white planter was. But to address your issue, brother, what I'm trying to bring us forward to understand, and I'm not being disenfranchised by what you're saying, but what I am saying is where we need to connect and come together is by legislation and law. And I believe that Congress owes us reparations, but we have to go back to the 1800s. If we go before the 1800s, it doesn't matter, because you were dealing with the Civil War. The Civil War was supposed to be, the Reconstruction was supposed to be the reset button, right? The Reconstruction button was the Civil War and the Emancipation and the 13th and 14th Amendment. But if we can't talk about it from there, because we can go before then, we can definitely go before then. We can talk about the Native Americans. We can talk about all that. But there's other channels to discuss that. What I want to come in from is the legislation point of view of understanding our records and our history. So I want to.
Can I ask you one question, Miss? Just real quick.
Go ahead, my brother.
As far as you, just on you, just real quick. What tribe of Indian did your grandmother say you got in you?
I've done my DNA. And
no, I'm talking about no DNA.
My sister told me that I'm Blackfoot.
Okay,
So
all right, okay.
Father and mother are from. My father is from Louisiana. My mother's from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. My father's from Crowley, Louisiana. And I've been able to trace my ancestors back to 1810. So I did 2 parts on my own history. I've studied back through my genealogy and I've done my DNA. As far as my Indian inherited rights, I know that I'm Blackfoot and I have other aspects that I'm working on that. But as far as legislation of where the Reconstruction failed a nation of people who were here for 400 years, that is the majority of my diaspora. My father's people were all pure African because of but they've been here for decades. I mean, I've gone back all the way up to 1810. So you remember when I talk about immigration and illegal immigration and migrating, blacks and whites were the mixer, right? Blacks people have a certain percentage of whites and the whites have a certain percentage of blacks. But now we have all these other cultures that have cultivated into our communities, and that has become a problem, especially within California.
Are you good on that? You good on that, Mr. Sar? Real quick. So
hold on, Brother Tatum, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear?
Oh, we can finally hear you, Brother Tatum. We can finally hear you. How you doing? Can you hear me, Brother Tatum? Okay, Brother Tatum's still getting his sound together. Go ahead, my friend. What were you saying?
Okay, what I was saying, just you said the legislation as far as not Native Americans, we would be considered Aborigines. We would consider the first inhabitants that was here.
And I'm not dissing. I'm gonna stop you right there.
No, I'm just saying, as far as you, like you said, you got Blackfoot in you. Say, as far as the legislation for that, have you?
No. Yes, that's correct. I am Blackfoot in me, but I really want to make sure that we as a people move forward from the time frame of the Reconstruction, because that's where the laws are. That's where the money is.
But there's different laws if you're Indian and being an African American.
Conversation. I'm not
okay. All right, no, I got you on. I just wanted to just bring, because you said legislation, so I just wanted to just put that out there. There's different laws. If you're going in as an African American, you're going to get different remedies. If you're going in as an Indian, like you just said, you got Blackfoot in you, and if you claim that, they owe you a remedy. And that, like many of Black Americans, we got that same remedy in the Constitution. In the preamble of the Constitution, it say Indians are not to be taxed. Period. So everything else besides not to be taxed means not to be touched. Not to be everything. So that means that besides them paying you taxes for taking your land, that's the real remedy. You ain't gonna get no remedy as an African American. You get a remedy as being listen, all of us got Indian in us. None of us is claiming it.
No, and I respect where you're coming from. Look, there's 2 types of Freedmen Bureau. If you've been with us from the beginning of this video, there's 2 types of Freedmen Bureau, and I mentioned that at the beginning. There is the Freedmen Bureau that was set up to reconstruct the African Americans who were brought here as descendants of slaves who are now freedmen. And then there was a Freedmen Bureau set up for the Native Americans, which was different than the African Americans. And that's another show that we can talk about. But you are absolutely right. There is money allocated in the proof of being an Indian, but there's also videos, and I don't want to go into it, where the Native Americans are blocking Blacks, and they know those Black Americans are Native Americans, but they still don't want them to be part of that.
You know what the remedy? I'll leave you with this, right? Never mind none of them tribes, all right? Because the real remedy is what they did was classify you as color putting it on your birth certificate. They did that in 15 different states of people, of us saying that we was Indian, and they was putting Negro and colored on our birth certificates. Now, in 1967, the Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional for them to do that to us. So that unraveled a whole nother web of us trying to find out who we were by them putting colored, then changing it to Negro, then changing it to black. Now we're African Americans.
Right. Actually, right. No, that is correct. That is the correct order. We were colored, Negro, and absolutely. But listen, when we come to the word Negro, and I did that on my previous show where I told you where Obama took that name off. We're no longer
because he took it off because he know who the Negroes was.
Right.
Why would the English use the Spanish term? Why would the English who don't use the term Negro apply that to people of this land? Because the Spanish was already calling the people in the Caribbean Negroes when they got here.
That's true.
No. What I'm telling you is when Columbus got here, the Indians that when you call Arawak, he called them Negroes. So that means it was already black people already in the Caribbean when they got here.
But if we talk about legislation of laws, of rights, and you talk about the Indian rights, and I just made it clear to you, this is not the Indian rights show. I'm not saying that we don't have rights under the Indian legislation or the Indian Freedmen Bureau. What I want you to understand is that we as black people are not tapping in to the rights that we have as descendants of slaves. Absolutely. And you have records and you have proof to prove back before the emancipation, before Lincoln. But that's not my fight and this dog of this fight, because there's many parts that we have to address. What I'm basing it on is how they did not enforce the Freedmen Bureau rights of blacks, the rights that were done under the Freedmen Bureau blacks. I'm not dissing or disagreeing with you. I totally have the same passion for you. But I want
we good. But the freedmen were the original Indians.
But the Freedmen Bureau.
The Freedmen Bureau. But look, from my research. I'm
not talking about the freedmen. I'm talking about the freedmen.
But it came from the Freedmen Bureau. It's the same. It's the same thing.
I understand that, but that's two different bureaus. That's what we're different, because the Indians had a different bureau and they had different set of laws, which they got better rights than we did as Indians. I can agree with you on that. But
was the Freedmen Bureau made up of Indians? That's what I'm asking you.
The Freedmen Bureau Indians, yes, but they had their own. They had a different bureau.
The freedmen that was for us were made up of Indians too.
The Black Freedmen Bureau was a different bureau than the Native American Indians. And yes, it cross-pollinated, but how it was treated was different. Hold your thought. I want to show you another video so that you can understand where I'm coming from. Because I want to talk about money. I got to talk about money. That's the purpose of this video. We need money. We need rights and we need money. And I want to go back to talking about where the Freedmen Bureau failed and how we're not paying attention and how Congress is responsible for the lack of funds that we don't have.
Agrarian economy, you're just labor. Land is capital. So to gain money and wealth and to have freedom, you have to have land.
I made a dollar bed, look is all I've had.
At the end of the war, President Abraham Lincoln had promised the freedmen 40 acres of land per family. But those promises died with Lincoln's assassination.
Instead of 40 acres and a mule, they got the Freedmen's Bank. So instead of land, they were given a bank.
Union soldiers were getting bonuses. So the idea was to create a way to encourage the men to save the money so they wouldn't go squander it or be defrauded out of the money.
It was sold to the freedmen as better than giving you the land. You will earn the money through wages and you will save it and you'll buy your own land and you'll feel better about that. Never mind that hundreds of years of working the land didn't count for earning the land.
The Freedmen's Bank was privately held, owned, and managed by wealthy white men. But the bank's aggressive marketing conveyed a different impression to its black depositors.
the passbooks, the notes, all featured, the heroes. It was Abraham Lincoln, it was General Grant, Howard. It was very targeted. So people were saying, these are the men who freed us. And they're saying, come to this bank.
In freedom, some skilled African Americans saved their hard-earned capital at the Freedmen's Bank and went into business for themselves. For some Black business people, personal services were the clearest path to success, and sometimes wealth.
They recognized that their ability to have a particular kind of skill set, which was something that the white population needed, allowed them a certain kind of mobility and freedom.
Many of them were able to cash in on expectations that they were replicating their servant roles where whites were in power and African Americans were serving them. For example, a number of Black barbers continued to keep their exclusively white clientele after the war.
All of these barbers spent that time in the barbershop, nurturing these relationships with white men, and used that money from the barbershop to help fund and to help fuel a Black economic movement within their own communities.
From barbershops to grocery stores, Black businesses relied on the Freedmen's Bank. But a decade after it was founded, Bank President Henry Cook was running the Freedmen's Bank into the ground.
Okay, so let's stop right here. So here you have 10 years later. So now the Blacks have accepted the fact that they are not going to get reparations of the 40 acres and the mule. Now Blacks have accepted the fact that they are Americans and they are citizens, but they are citizens that are being manipulated in a different format. Like I said, slavery still exists. It's just in a new form. So instead of working the land and giving the land to you and letting you have your own sovereign areas and entities, they said, no, you're going to work with the white people and you'll still get less. But at least you can have your own stores and schools and markets. See, the Freedmen Bureau Bank was commissioned by Congress. And matter of fact, the soldiers that came back from war, checks automatically were deposited into this bank. Now, I know that many of Black Americans will be watching this and saying, Shirley, everybody keep talking about reparations. And like the brother said earlier, the things that went on with the Indians, we can talk about slavery. We can talk about the lynching laws, the Willie lynching laws. We can talk about redlining. We can talk about all these different things. I want to make sure that for Black History Month, you guys understand that Congress lied to you and your ancestors about making sure that you were safe by putting your money in a bank they created. And this white man that you see right here, he saw all this money after 10 years, millions of dollars, billions of dollars today in the future of what it would be worth if those banks would have still been in place. Well, we talked about earlier in this video, labor laws, right? We talked about the labor laws that were put into place and how we became disenfranchised with the whites because the whites did not want us to have any money or resources of land. And they didn't want you to understand the power of voting because now we all can vote and we still don't utilize that power. Edie, before I go on, what's your take on this? Edie.
Well, it speaks for itself. The voting, I think, is very important. But I think, as you're saying, more foundational than that is the recognition of the rights. It should be the case right now that Blacks and whites are working together to reestablish the foundation. But this is the kind of thing that's going to need to be brought up to President Trump. This needs to come to the fore now. If you think back, I mean, this is something that the Republican Party should be very interested in putting right.
Absolutely. And Congress, if we look at Congress, if Congress says, well, I didn't do it back then. I've heard people say to me, even white people say, well, I wasn't a slave and I didn't do nothing to you. It's not about what you did. I'm not even talking about all the other horrible stuff you did, because you did a lot. Like the brother said, with the Native Americans and the Indians got certain things and other Blacks denied being Native Americans. I'm just going to focus on this one point in history. If I can get everyone to grasp the hands together with me on saying, look, Congress, you created this bank and my great-great-grandfather put money in this bank, and I can prove it because I'm doing my family research that I told you earlier to write down, and you're finding out that you can go back to the 1800s, and your family, most likely, if being a descendant of slaves, all the slaves put money into this. My brother, who's still on the line, what's your take on this matter?
I just got like, when they come to this, right now, listen, Mrs. Sar, no disrespect or nothing, like
go ahead.
with none of the information that's going on. It's just that I've been researching this, and none of this stuff makes any sense to me, because for me, I already researched how much money they had in the Freedmen's Bank. Now, my thing is, how did slaves that just got free 10 years ago acquire all this wealth? Unless they was already acquiring the wealth before 1865. You understand what I'm saying? Because it was already free people before 1865. So now, and even when it comes down to the ADOS thing, right? Like, I'm with the ADOS thing, because that help us recognize Black, whatever you want to call it. You want to call us indigenous Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, or you want to, whatever, however you want to call us. It's just separating us from other Black immigrants and other immigrants that come here. I'm 100% cool with that. But like, my only thing is, like, when it comes to, like, and even the banks, I'll tell you something about the banks that I researched and found out, right? What happened was they was robbing the banks. When they created the Dixie Crap Party and a lot of these secret societies like the KKK and all that, they had the organization that was called the Knights of the Golden Circle. The Knights of the Golden Circle was the first organization before they formed the KKK, and certain prestigious members was part of the Knights of the Golden Circle, such as the Rockefellers. A lot of people don't know that Jesse James' brother, which is Frank James, were one of the Rockefellers. They was robbing the Freedmen banks to fund this. So this is where they was getting the money from.
Right, but I'm going to go back to the question that you asked just a second ago. The Blacks had 10 years to acquire and to develop that wealth. You have to understand that Black people did hair. We did all, remember, the labor. We're now a culture that has integrated with all these other cultures of people, right? We're a global economy. We're a global economy. Keep that in your head. The Northern economy's mindset was to allow free wages with an incentive. The Southern's allocation of making wealth was just to enslave the Negro, to make him always in debt, to keep him impoverished, to take from him and not have him understand any value or worth, especially not being able to vote. So within that time frame, the North was still much in control, even though all the stuff that Andrew Johnson had pushed through to stop the mobility of what Lincoln was trying to do. Black people said, okay, fine, we know how to do labor, because we were doing it before we were freed, quote unquote. We were doing it before. So we were running the schools, we were running the markets, we were the one that nursed the white children. We put our breasts out, Black women put their breasts out. Okay, we know how to do that. We were doing all the accounting. We were doing all of the labor that it takes to run a country and a nation of people. We were doing it, but now we're doing it for ourselves. And what people don't realize is that we were a larger percentage of people. We're down to 13 to 14%. There was one time in U.S. history I was told we were at 55%. That's why whites were scared of the Voting Act, because they could get voted out. And that was before the 1900s, when they let all the European foreigners come in the 1900s. That's correct. That was before then. A lot of people don't recognize that a lot of them were the ones that was lynching and running in and doing a lot of the stuff that they was doing. A lot of the foreigners that came here were the ones doing that. That's correct. Like, a lot of people don't know, Black Indians used to live in Central Park, called Seneca Village, and they was ran out by white immigrants that came from Ellis Island in the 1900s. That's correct. Because when I hear people say, oh, I'm from Ellis Island, I say, well, I go back before Ellis Island. Oh, I was in Ellis Island, and I looked at the Statue of Liberty. I talked before about the Chinese, how the Chinese came here and they migrated, and their number one spot was San Francisco, California, where they had the Sun paper. And these were immigrants that came here illegally and gave them scripts. They scripted each other of how to get into this country. And again, like I told you, we've been dispositioned. Excuse me, let's watch.
Here was Cook saying Black economic movement within their own communities.
From barbershops to grocery stores, Black businesses relied on the Freedmen's Bank. But a decade after it was founded, Bank President Henry Cook was running the Freedmen's Bank into the ground.
Here was Cook saying, look at all this money. They're putting their money in my bank, and whenever I need it, I'm gonna reach in and get it.
Henry Cook starts looting the bank. He just starts taking this money and lending it or giving it to some friends and acquaintances, just putting the capital into railroad bonds, which was the subprime market of the day.
With the Freedmen's Bank on the verge of collapse, the federal government turned to the best-known African-American leader in the country to salvage it.
Congress brought in Frederick Douglass to serve as the new president of the Freedmen's Bank. Initially, he invested $10,000 of his own money as a way to shore up the bank, as well as to encourage other African Americans to continue to deposit their money into the bank. But the bank was beyond saving. So Douglass had to go to Congress and say that the bank was bankrupt and it needed to close.
Now, I want you to notice that they continue to say Congress. Congress saw what happened. Congress is like what that brother said. There's a lot of power play right now. That man went in there and started raiding those banks and talking to other white people, and they were taking these Black people's money. These are your ancestors. You are descendants of these people. And then when Frederick Douglass came on board, he says, I'll throw 10 grand in, make them feel comfortable, because now Blacks are scared. That's why I remember my mother talking about my grandmother putting money in jars and underneath mattresses and stuff, because we stopped trusting these banks. We stopped trusting these banks. Go ahead.
Ms. Husar, let me ask you a question. So can we honestly say that all the freemen, that the majority of the freemen was not all slaves? All of them was not born as slaves. Can we honestly say that that we connect ourselves to the Freedmen Bureau? We have to be willing to understand that that most of the freemen would not be considered ADOs because they was not descendant of slaves. They was never slaves.
I agree. We're going to go into that in a second. I totally agree with you. But hold that thought. I agree with you. But I'm talking about the Blacks who put money into this bank were both. I'm talking about the Blacks, the African Americans who put money in this bank and trusting in the American system.
Understood.
We're robbed. Let's continue.
No doubt.
The fact is, I was married to a corpse. I found that I had been placed there with the hope that by some drugs or some mighty magic, I would bring it back. But the life, which was the money, was gone.
The hard-earned savings of the freedmen were lost just in the markets, just poof. And nobody gets prosecuted.
Listen, these are old papers she's showing. The records predicting swindled and then spoiled and taken. They already knew that they were robbing these people. The papers even said they robbed these people. Why did we not sue the federal government then? Why did Congress get away by not allocating money to fix what they did wrong?
Because we ain't had no protection. They wasn't protecting us.
Go ahead.
That's what it was. What it was is, it was listen. It was over before it even begun. They never planned on protecting us. That's why people was losing a lot of the land in the South, because they was taking land. Now, I'll tell you something funny, right? There's a lot of people today who had land taken from them because they never had deeds to their property, because they didn't have to have deeds. You understand what I'm saying? But nonetheless, though,
let's stay on subject, though. Stay on subject. We talking about the Freedmen Bureau Bank.
The Freedmen Bureau Bank. Okay, no doubt. But as far as the freemen wouldn't be considered to be ADOS because the majority of the freemen weren't slaves. They weren't slaves. But like you said, they still went in and took the freemen's money. That was part of us never being able to get the economical or get our economical foot. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Get an economic start. But even though, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hold, not to cut you off, but I want you to understand, because you said the Freedmen Bureau were not slaves. That's not true. The Freedmen Bureau consists of slaves to put in their money. They've made it very clear. When you came in a little later on in the video, and I want you to just to stay on point, that a lot of the slaves that were after the Lincoln, they put their money in these banks and trusting that the American system was going to work for them. And like you said, it was set up from jump. I don't think they ever planned on really letting this to flourish. I think that they probably said, well, after 10 years, we'll let it do well. And then there was so much money, they became jealous. There was greed. These people became greedy and jealous of a nation of people. Hold your thought. Edie, what's your take on this?
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm not sure. I guess I'm not really clear. The statement made that freedmen's weren't necessarily ADOS. If they weren't, then what were they? That's
if they
a
wasn't
question I
descendants
have.
of a slave. See, ADOS is foundational base. It's clear. American descendants of slaves. Most of the freemen was born free. They never was in bondage or slave.
No. That's where me and you disagree.
That sounds wrong.
Most of the freedmen came after Lincoln. And I shared that with you earlier when I talked about what happened with General Sherman and what happened with the laws and reparations.
But you are aware that they have freemen in the 1700s.
Yeah, but that's not where this commenced. This commenced from the Bureau. And you need to do your homework and understanding the Bureau, because the word freeman is a broad statement. But the Freedmen Bureau is where people were allocated who were descendants of slaves. They were absolutely descendants of slaves because the National Archives has the records and names and numbers of those people.
So you said, so the freemen, I just want to be clear. So you saying that, all right, so this is what you're saying. So you tell them, you saying that the Freedmen Bureau came from the emancipated slaves that came after 1865. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Okay, so there was no, so prior to that, there was no freemen's.
No. There probably was, but that's not what this commenced from.
Okay.
I'm only starting from that time frame. I'm not disavowing what you're stating, but what this evolved from was the Bureau and what to do instead of listen what the video said at the beginning. The video said, I'm gonna have to go back. I'm sorry.
I got you. I understand what the video said. I got you. I'm well versed on this.
But hold on, just want to say one segment. After Lincoln's death, this is after Lincoln's death. What do we do with these black people?
Instead of 40 acres and a mule, they got the Freedmen's Bank.
Okay, so instead of 40 acres and a mule, which was Sherman, General Sherman, right? This was General Sherman. I'm gonna go over here. See this right here? General Sherman had ordered special number 15 on January 16, 1965. General Sherman, one of you guys got to mute out because I'm getting back talking. I don't want to mute you because I can't. So mute yourself or turn down your volume of watching me and talking. Thank you so much. January 16, 1865, General Sherman issued a special order. This order was allocated for certain lands like South Carolina, South Carolina, and Jacksonville, Florida. This was the land. And then they ordered so much acres and 40 acres in the mule. This is where it came based out of, okay? And I'm fast forwarding this conversation, and I'll put these links below so that you guys can read them. The special order, so that there's some clarity that comes out of what we're talking about, so that we're not on two different pages. This special order was supposed to give all these things to black people. Okay, Lincoln died. This special order was supposed to be under Lincoln. When Lincoln died, Andrew Johnson, a Dixiecrat and a Democrat, because the Republican Party was Lincoln, the Democrat Party was Andrew Johnson, came from the special bureau. This special bureau, which is right here, the Freedmen Bureau, which is part of the Smithsonian Institute National Museum of African American and Culture. They have your records. search the records for the Freedmen Bureau. I'm going to click here for my records. I'm going to put my name in, my year, my grandmother, and then you do your homework to see how the Freedmen Bureau connects to you. That's what I did. And that's what I'm encouraging you to do. That is your starting point to understand that where Congress stole from you. I could go back before then, and I respect you, my brother, but I want you to understand the freedmen I'm talking about are derived from the Bureau.
I see what you're talking about. I see what you're saying. I know exactly what you're talking. I mean, listen, this is like you said, that's definitely a step to take in the right direction if you claiming to be ADOS, or if you trying to get some type of reparations or redress of grievances from the state. Definitely, that's definitely a good way to take. I mean, but like I said, I know because they was trying to send the freemen first. They made the American colonization. Now this is probably just a little off for just what we're saying, but
yeah, but no, stop there. I don't want to go there because I got too much to share. But I agree with you. I know that part. We can do that show another time. But see this word here, Congress in 1865. Congress commemorated the Freedmen Bureau. Congress commemorated, meaning they gave in power. They set the rules. They set the rights and the protection. Like you said, we were not protected. Listen to what you said earlier. We were not protected because Congress set all these things in place, and we went, we're just like lambs to the slaughter, right? Lambs to the slaughter. We're like sheep going with the herd. And we said, okay, Congress set it in place. I'm gonna put my money in this bank. I'm gonna move forward. And
you know what though, Mr. Sar? The 1866 Civil Rights Act was supposed to support that though.
But guess who died?
I know. No, guess who got killed? Because John Wilkes Booth was Andrew Johnson, a friend of Andrew Johnson.
Right.
So guess who got killed?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he died. They killed him, and they did that on purpose. And what he did was whoever he gave, I think he gave 50,000 so-called freemen land, 40 acres and a mule. He went back and took it back from them. That's what you saying. You talking about that. You talking about because Andrew Johnson went back and took back that land from them freemen.
Right. He took it back and gave it to the
white. Yeah, I know exactly what you yeah, I know exactly. I'm on point with what you talking about, Mr. Sar. Yeah. I mean, in that case right there, you definitely have a claim. You definitely have a claim. But all I'm saying is just because they gave that land to them people, don't make all them people as slaves.
Yeah, but we're not talking about land. We're talking
about I got you. Just to connect yourself back to the Freedmen's Bureau.
I'm talking about savings and trust. You done got me believing in your system, white man. You done told me to believe in your system. You done got my family. This is my family. This is I'm hypothetical. This is not my grandfather. But let's say this is me, and this is me and your grandfather right here. This is our cousins. This is our distant cousins, our grandmothers and grands and aunts. And they put their money in that bank. They put their money in that savings trust account. And then after a while, the white man came and raided it. Go ahead.
And got robbed.
What you want to say?
I'm sorry?
Did you want to add anything to it?
Not really, except to say that it needs to be addressed. It just really needs to be addressed. I think it'd be good if individuals do that, but I think more important than that is addressing it with Congress, addressing it with Trump, addressing the issue that so many of our resources are being given to people who do not deserve it in any way, shape, or form.
No, I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you on that. And that if we're going to spend our energy on immigration and illegal immigration and migration, and we are not going to correct the foundation of the reconstruction, then what good is this country? What good is this country if we keep catering to immigrants and illegals and all these other cultures of people that say we're all the same? We are not the same. You did not get oppressed like my people. You did not get oppressed like even white people. You came here under visas and freebie visas, and now you want all the infrastructure free stuff that Lyndon B. Johnson put into place, and I'm supposed to sit back and smile and say we the same. You don't get those rights. You don't get those rights because these people went through hell. They went through
Right.
hell.
That's
Every
right.
time we get a foot up, someone's putting a neck on us. Putting
And
a
you know
foot
something
on
too, Miss Husar, check, you know something too, right? Well, a lot of people don't understand is this, right? Right after the 1964 Civil Rights Act, they passed the 1965 Hart-Celler Immigration Act. Why would they pass an immigration act right after they just barely just let us get rights? So now you bring more people here and we have to compete. Now we have to compete. Now, like you said, even if you consider yourself to be American Indian or ADOS, when you fill out an application, they not looking at your status. It could be somebody just came here last month. And then that person came in last month can get that job over you without them even looking. Say, all right, well, this brother been here or this sister been here since the 1800s. They got first dibs. They ain't even doing it like that.
No,
That's why you.
but we've become distracted. Let me tell you
Yeah.
something, and I totally agree with you on this. But if we're going to allow these distractions of creating, I call it the blue dress in the closet, meaning that we've got other laws that should have more presence and more entities and more rights that circumvent those laws of those people. Because now these people come in and we're focusing on this immigration, illegal immigration, how they came in, just everything that you said. What about the Freedmen Bureau Bank? What about when Congress stole from Black people? Oh no, well, that was back in. But wait a minute, Blacks never got compensated for that. Well, then the question is, how do we know the Negro? Well, you've already got the archives in the National Archives. See, the best way to hide from a Negro is tell them not to read. Don't read, Negroes. Don't do no research. Don't talk to each other. Don't share your videos. Many of you
And
guys
we had wealth too.
don't have enough likes in there. You guys need to like and share this video. If you take the time, it don't kill you. It's free. Like the video, please. Share the video on Facebook and Instagram and on other platforms. Don't leave me and this brother and Edie hanging out there. Mr. Tatum, don't leave us out here hanging because we put a lot of time, all of us, and even just our own personal homework to come on here. We don't get paid for any of this. We do this for the passion of our people and the correction of the incorrection of America. Edie, what do you have to say?
Oh, it's it's a big deal to me. It always has been. When I've read through history, when I've seen what's happened, it has a big part of my heart. It's important. It needs to be addressed. It always has to have been addressed. And, it means a lot to me if some of these things move forward because, like I say, community means a lot to me. I remember a time when Milwaukee, just as an example, was a good place to be. And there were factories there and good jobs. And the Black community was, during the 60s and 70s, doing pretty well, comparatively speaking to now. If you go into those neighborhoods now, it's shocking. I go through the neighborhoods. There aren't even local grocery stores, local businesses. You have to go a long way to find basic, and I mean basic, services for families that are there. It's bad.
You know what, Miss Edie? It's like that in every Black neighborhood there is. I'm in Jersey, and they just built a shop right, like maybe a couple miles away from me. There's grocery stores, but most of the grocery stores is in a white neighborhood. Now I got a car, I travel, so I go to different ones, but there's no Black owned food markets, there's no Black owned nothing. Now the big problem for that was them putting crack cocaine in our neighborhoods. That was the big thing. So right after you gave us civil rights, then you poisoned us with AIDS, and then you put crack cocaine in our neighborhood. So it's beyond. They never wanted to do right from the start. So it's like as soon as you give us civil rights, you give rights to people who don't even belong here, and give them a piece of the American pie, which they don't even deserve it. And then you sabotage us with heroin. The heroin ain't kill us fast enough. Then you brought in crack cocaine and then AIDS. And these is people who admitting that they did this to us. This ain't no conspiracy theory or well, that's an assumption. Ain't no black man go and create no drugs in no lab and bring all this stuff and get all these people hooked on crack cocaine. People who used to be. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's definitely a segment that has done that and continues to do that. I still have trouble. I mean, there's people who disagree with me, but you know, I have friends who are white who are okay with pot legalization and all this stuff. I haven't been because I always know that once you open the door to one thing, you have a whole lot more coming behind it. You know, the camel's nose in the tent idea, and they're trying to make a big industry. Not that it's not bad now, but it will get worse. And you know, there's an element that's been pushing this. You know it, I know it. When everything happened on the internet, everybody was talking about hemp legalization and pot legalization. I thought, what are they doing now? Well, they want to make it like into its own Wall Street, you know, with drugs. How is this going to help us? How is this ever going to help us? You know, it's
I'm going to go back to what the brother
insanity.
said earlier. This is all sabotage. This is all sabotage. And it's a recycling sabotage because, like you said, so black people went from liquor store to Jesus churches everywhere. Now we got weed centers all in the black community owned by Arabs and Jews. Arabs and Jews own all them things. But I don't want to shift too far away from this discussion of knowing who you are as descendants of slaves and the money that should be allocated to you. I mean, we're covering a lot of subjects and it's very intense, but I just got to get you guys to understand we've been robbed by really breaking down the Freedmen Bureau, Freedmen Bureau's ability of what it didn't do and what it was supposed to do, and the Freedmen Bureau Bank, which was allocated for descendants of slaves. We at least can all agree upon that. Let's finish this video.
President Henry Cook was running the Freedmen's Bank into
Henry Cook, remember that name. Henry Cook is a white man. He's running all the black banks.
Yeah, he running all the banks as usual. As usual.
This man is a redneck. He's a colonist. He's a planner. That white guy said earlier, the planners. He's a slave master owner. One of those people. Start all this money with these Negroes. These little Negroes, as he was said, the niggas, they got too much money. They got too much money. I'm jealous. My family ain't even doing this good. Look at them thrive and look at this bank. I'm going to start looting it. Now, who commemorated these banks? Congress. Who overseed these banks? Congress. Who gave him that job? Congress. Who fired him? Congress. Who replaced him? Frederick Douglass. Who's liable? Congress. Let's keep going.
the ground. Here, after it was founded, Bank President Henry Cook was running the Freedmen's Bank into the ground.
Running it into the ground.
Here was Cook saying, look at all this money. They're putting their money in my bank, and whenever I need it, I'm going to reach in and get it.
They putting their money in my bank. He said it was his bank. Then how was you replaced by Frederick Douglass? It was Congress Bank. He said, I'm the white man. I'm the president. They putting in my bank, and I see how these Negroes are making a snacking and looting and getting up to the top. They growing. They can vote and they can make money like me. Oh, hell no. I ain't going for that. Hell to the no. These niggas ain't getting none of this money. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take from them. Edie, what's your take on it? Edie, what's your take?
Well, I almost don't know what to say. Like I say, this Henry Cook that was put there, as you say, by Congress. It's a wrong that needs to be put right. It just is. It's got to be set right.
Absolutely. Let's keep going.
Henry Cook starts looting the bank. He just starts taking this money and lending it or giving it to some friends and acquaintances, just putting the capital into railroad bonds, which was the subprime market of the day.
That goes back to what the brother had said earlier. Now, we've not gone into the discussion of the men who built America, Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, We didn't go into that, but these were.
What was his name? I'm sorry. What was his name?
Well, who?
The guy who ran the Freedman Bank.
Cook.
Henry Cook.
Henry.
All right, Henry Cook. Okay,
Write that down, you guys. Henry Cook. So
And
he's.
see,
Go
okay,
ahead.
I was going to say, do your research on Henry Cook and see was he part of the Knights of the Golden Circle. That's all I wanted to say.
Hey, that's a good one. We got to have that discussion. That's a good point, because then we know where all that money went to. Because if they're going to put them into railroad stocks, who owned the railroads at that time? Does anybody remember?
J.P. Morgan, wasn't it?
J.P. Morgan, the Vanderbilts, they were all connected. All those
13 families.
The Rockefeller, all those people were cross-pollinating, and they were fighting each other for power because they had enough money. You know, Carnegie, they all were connected to each other. The men who built America, and they built it off the backs of black people.
And them are all the people who really owe the reparations, because them are all the stockholders in the United States.
Right.
Them are the all elect. When they tell you the electoral college is the 13 families that own the stocks and stakes in the United States. They the people who own the United States. We think the electoral college is some legitimate people who behind no. They are the J.P. Morgan Chase, the Rockefeller, the DuPonts, the Carnegies, etc. Them are the electoral colleges that no one talks about or no one knows about.
The stuff is deep, y'all. Let's keep going.
With the Freedmen's Bank on the verge of collapse, the federal government turned to the best-known African-American leader in the country to salvage it.
Congress brought in Frederick Douglass to serve as the new president of the Freedmen's Bank.
Congress brought in the new president. Did y'all hear what I'm saying? And Cook said, "This is my bank. I'm taking from these Negroes." Congress commissioned who they should have done from the beginning. But I believe, like this brother said, this might have been a conspiracy. They knew these Negroes were going to make money. And they knew they were going to raid these banks off these Negroes. And they broke them down so bad that they said, oh, man, we got to fix it, because I'm sure many of these blacks were still working for our white people complaining, man, they stealing from our bank. And they had white friends telling them. And those white friends who had sympathy for blacks said, look, we got to help these people because look what they're doing. So they weren't all white people weren't bad. All white people weren't bad. Let me clarify that. They tried to step in and they said, let's put Frederick Douglass, but they were power people who were Southerners going back to Dixiecrat. That's why you can't vote Democrat. There's no down ballot voting, Yvette Cornell. We can't vote Democrat no more. We can't even vote a Republican unless we know you are supporting the ADOS and the foundational Black people movement of whites and blacks working together. If we can't restore back to the Reconstruction, what good are we? Because now we're being replaced. And then these other cultures of people coming here, bringing their ideas and ideals and ideology, and they claiming all their problems. And we don't want to hear your problems. We can't even fix our own.
I think they doing all that on purpose too. I think when they come, as much as we really don't want to admit it, and like Big Mad, I see your comment in there. The only way you're gonna get paid is if them people pay, because them are the people who run America. That's where all the money come from. Yeah. J.P. Morgan Chase in New York. I'll tell you something. For anybody who in New York who get WIC or get Family First or anything, J.P. Morgan Chase. You go to a J.P. Morgan Chase bank to get your money out. I've talking to people who on welfare, and they told me they go to J.P. Morgan Chase bank to pull their money out. So I'm quite sure J.P. Morgan Chase is the one funding the whole welfare program in Manhattan.
They have to, because J.P. Morgan's family saved America. We're not even going into that conversation. Remember,
no doubt. It's a deep conversation. Yes.
It's a deep conversation, because what y'all don't realize, this country wasn't made for white people or black people. It's made for the colonists, the foundational white people, the true wealthy people. The Post family, all those people cross-pollinated. The Post daughter married, I think, J.P. Morgan, and the Post property, Mar-a-Lago. Trump was at this weekend. Who he bought from? See, y'all don't understand these foundational families that really control this country and the media and the mind.
Well, Chase owned Manhattan basically because the Pelham family owned the Bronx. The Pell family, where you get your Pell Grant from, they own the Bronx. So I know J.P. Morgan Chase owned Manhattan.
And then, but this is the twister. People get mad. How can these people own it? Because they bailed America out too many times, and they have that right. Go ahead.
But them are the ones that basically, when you get the money, or if any reparations gonna come, it's gonna come from them. And if they've been creating all of these different obstacles or all these different, you know what I'm saying, booby traps for us to get it.
Yep.
You know, like I said, it's just like I said.
Stop. Say it again. Obstacles and booby traps.
Booby traps. Obstacles and booby traps. That's what it is.
That's all it is. That we need to stop there, because we can give different scenarios like lynching laws and the thing you just mentioned, and then all these different things. Time you look up, they got some other kind of reconstructed thing against us. Ain't nothing but booby traps.
It's a whole history. It's all the way. Like I said, I'm gonna tell you. Like I said, my history as far as from 1865 is a little different than a lot of other people, but we know from 1865 until present history, we lived in the 1900s to see them sicking dogs lynching us, Black Wall Street, Wilmington, North Carolina, and all of these other. There was a Wilmington, North Carolina, and a Black Wall Street in almost every city in the South, and we don't even know this. We don't even know this. You know what I'm saying? They said we ain't had wealth. We had wealth. Every time we had wealth, these people came in and either they was jealous of our wealth and came in and sabotaged our wealth. And it's to the point now where we couldn't even get we couldn't even get an opportunity to pull ourselves back up, because you got so many people that's dysfunctional, that's on drugs. You got so many people, families that's just how do you want to say, casualties of the war on drugs, or just these dysfunctional families.
Let's add that also we've got all this competition. We got competitions where the Mexicans are now pushed to be in construction ahead of us.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
All the hotel. Hello, you at my hotel, and it smells off of them Indian oils, and you're saying, I just want to get a nice sleeper, some clean rooms. And the Indians have bought all of the franchise of these hotels. I'm just telling you how it's better.
Yup, you're right. That's how it is in California, Mr. Sar. The Indians got okay.
Go to India. Go to the franchise where you look up the Days Inn, the Comfort Inn. All those are ran by Indians.
So now you know what the United States do. The United States do to all these immigrants. They give them an economical plan before they come into this damn country. That's why. And now they get them. So you telling me that, remember, the automobile was invented by a black man named C.R. Patterson. They telling you that Ford. They telling you Ford built it. That's a damn lie. Ford stole it from C.R. Patterson.
Okay, stop. Okay. I don't want you to pivot too far away, because all these things we know. Again, and like you said, booby traps, lies, twisting, right?
Yes.
How do we hold them accountable? If this is the big elephant of the booby trap, the biggest booby trap of all of them, you're not going to ask them for everything, because they ain't going to give it to you. But what you can do is take one bite at a time. I believe I want to put a team of people, and I want to talk about Congress' failure to the descendants of slaves from the Lincoln era. And I can prove my people. And I'm telling you guys, you got to do your research, because if they do this, they're going to say you need to prove your worth. Then everybody's going to be proven. Then you're going to be inundated. If you jump on board and get your own knowledge of knowing your genealogy and your DNA or whatever you got to do to prove that you are connected to the Freedmen Bureau Bank, Congress is liable. And I don't care who's in Congress right now. You took the job, you took the seat, you wear the crown, you hold the power. You are the liable person in charge of what happened to these people's children and the descendants who live today who can't move forward.
Can I just add one thing to that? So, you know, whether or not you believe you're Indian or you're African. Now, in Miss Husar case, she's saying that her father's side is African and she got Indian as well, right? Okay, all right. So look, all right. So boom. I ain't trying to. We're trying to establish that, right? As far as the people that's in the chat room, I know most of the people in the chat room would consider themselves to be ADOS, but if you heard in your family that you got American Indian in your family, just press 1. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, so now you got 2 claims. You got a claim as a ADOS, and you have an unresolved claim as an American Indian that they never settled as well.
Right, but let's stay on point. I'm focusing on the Freedmen Bureau Bank and where Congress failed the Adolphs and the foundational people. Hold on, let's keep playing. Let's finish this out.
He invested $10,000 of his own money as a way to shore up the bank, as well as to encourage other African Americans to continue to deposit their money into the bank. But the bank was beyond saving. So Douglas had to go to Congress and say that the bank was bankrupt and it needed to close.
The fact is, I was married to a corpse. I found that I had been placed there with the hope that by some drugs or some mighty magic, I would bring it back. But the life, which was the money, was gone.
Money was gone.
The hard-earned savings of the freedmen were lost just in the markets, just poof. And nobody gets prosecuted.
I need you to let that sink in. Nobody gets prosecuted. Nobody gets prosecuted. Now, I know that I don't want to go on this Indian conversation, and I'm going to stop it right here because I want you to understand I don't want to get pivot away. Because what happens with, and I agree with this brother, we deserve the same rights as the Indians. And there's a whole nother documentary that was done at the Pan-African Film Festival. And we'll do that conversation because the Native American Indians are fighting to keep blacks out. They're fighting to keep us blacks out. And we know that we have Native Americans and we do deserve those rights. But I'm not even going on all that. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. The reason why is this rabbit hole is very clear. It's an exit out. If you're in a tunnel, just stay with me. And there's different holes in the tunnel. And there's one hole that has a light in it. Why am I going to walk down all these other holes? Now they get you out, but you got all these booby traps of people fighting you. And I'm not disagreeing with this brother, but brother, I'm just saying, look, I want you to realize, see all this money? There were 2 million colored people, money gone, according to this paper, 2 million. And we're not, and none of these people were prosecuted. Congress didn't prosecute them. They admitted, I stole from those niggas. I stole their money. Here you have Cooks admitting I gave it to my friends. They know who his friends were, like you said. Let's research this man out. Let's find out who his friends were. Let's find out where his friends' family are today. Those family members are wealthy. You got wealthy off some Negro money.
As a really recent example of that, look at what Hillary and Bill Clinton did in Haiti. Prime example. Are they in jail? No. Does their money from their foundation need to be recoded to pay? I think so.
What was it, $400 million? Promising to help those people. People gave donations to fix Haiti. And Haiti people got nothing. The Haitian people got nothing.
This is their pattern. Listen,
the booby traps and patterns. Y'all need to write that down. That's what Edie's saying, the brother saying, booby traps and patterns. But even with all that, I say again, put your mind in the tunnel and say, which tunnel has the light to get the money right? And that's the Freedmen Bureau Bank and its descendants. There's no other clear picture than this. Let's finish this video.
This was white collar crime, actual just crime. It was theft. And nobody goes to prison for it.
Nobody.
Not even 10 additional years of slavery could have done so much to throttle the thrift of the freedmen as the mismanagement and bankruptcy of the series of savings banks chartered by the nation for their special aid.
Chartered by the nation. W.E.B. Du Bois. Chartered by the nation. Let that sink in by you. This was chartered, commissioned by Congress. And we ain't suing them. But we focusing on everything else. And we ain't suing them for what they did to our grandparents. And then, I mean, some of us are only 3 generations removed from slavery. So when you hear people say, how can you trace back to your slavery? I showed you to begin this video to go to and start learning where you come back from and how far back you can go. Let me keep going.
From 1865 to 1874, about 70,000 people deposited the equivalent of $1.3 billion in modern day numbers. So African Americans enthusiastically embraced the Freedmen's Bank. It was a deep loss for African Americans and a loss of a vast amount of Black wealth.
Soon after the collapse of the bank, the federal government withdrew from the South, returning control of the region to former slave owners. The dream of full citizenship for African Americans came to a screeching halt.
We see the end of efforts to educate formerly enslaved people. We see the end of the protection of the right to vote. And what is allowed to happen is a series of legislative and extra-legal attempts to suppress African-American freedom.
Any land that was able to be secured is also violently retaken. And so what you see is a reassertion of that racial hierarchy in the South that had the white landowners at the top and Black labor at the bottom.
Booby traps. We're dealing with booby traps, people. And the question you have to ask yourself, do you realize that we were put in them? Do you realize how we have set back and did you see those numbers? Did you guys see those numbers? Brother, why don't you go ahead? Brother Amir, why don't you go ahead? I know you're listening in. Pastor Tatum, are you situated where you want to come in and say something now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, what you've been listening to us talk to me.
Oh yeah. Okay, well, I'm really excited that you guys are addressing this, especially when it comes to the things that were promised. And even I found out that the value of the slaves at the time after the Emancipation Proclamation, we had almost 4 million slaves freed, was worth about $4 billion. It was worth more than the U.S. economy in a whole. So we were a valuable commodity, and to see us being exploited, not just then, but continue to be exploited, is unbelievable and unconscionable. So I think that everybody should be aware that this is something that God is putting on the hearts of the nation, that restitution must be made, and it must be done in the 2020s going forward. So I think you guys are right on course, and I enjoy up to this point what I've been hearing. So spot on.
You know, I appreciate that. Dimitri, you're online with us. Tell us what you, Pastor Tatum, we can see your laundry, by the way. Go ahead, Dimitri. I know you just chimed in. You've been trying to come in. Tell us your point of view.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you, bro.
Okay, cool. Well, I just wanted to kind of just take a quick step back and just be very, very clear, because there's a lot of confusion with the whole freedman. And let me tell you something. The whole concept of freedman was specific to former slaves. That's according to the History Channel definition. That's according to, there's so many different records. So yes, so maybe there might have been one or two people that may have been considered free people that were actually free beforehand. We're talking about the body politic. We're talking about as a total body politic of the concept of the free men altogether. So these little side things of they were not all slaves or whatever, we need to get out of that altogether. The bottom line, this is a foundational Black American descendant of slavery story. This is our story, not an Indian story or anything like that. Now, another thing I want to make clear is we got to understand, you know, when the Freedmen's Bank was robbed and there was no prosecution, that was the whole intent. Because the thing is that you got to consider the Freedmen's Bank. A lot of people just didn't stay in the South. They were transferring and making their own cities. Like you had to look at cities like Fairmont Heights, and you got to look at Durham, North Carolina, North Brentwood area. There was parts of Louisiana. A lot of people were using the Freedmen's Bank, but they were going off to different parts of the South and building towns. Because remember, Jim Crow and the Black codes were back in play. So after slavery, we had one solution. We either had to ball or we were going to fall, because no one was going to help us. No one was going to work with us. And so when the Freedmen's Bank was stolen, and then all the money was stolen, and then the soldiers left, you got to understand that all these business people, they lost their businesses. And then they were back down to being nothing, and which was the intent. We have to keep starting over, keep having to reset. And then another point I want to make is even the towns that were still together, remember there was also terrorism and mobs that came and tore all that stuff down. So it's this constant, reconstituting us at the bottom that kept happening from 1865 all the way up until I think Charlottesville, Virginia was in 1964 when they pulled some kind of vote shenanigans. So every time we try to build up and try to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps and make our bootstraps, we kept being put in a putting the reset button, reset. Okay, well, don't ask.
Let me ask you a question, brother, real quick.
Yeah.
What you were saying that it's not about an Indian store. What was you saying about that? I didn't catch
because
that.
I keep hearing this conversation about Indian heritage and
but
there
look,
was some Native Americans and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just saying that has nothing.
But look, it has a lot to do with it. If Miss Husar just said she's Blackfoot, that means that she is on her own land. What part don't you understand? Well, ho. Would that be more important to claim the part that you being on your own land, or to be claim the part that you being bought here as a slave?
The bottom line here is this: the body politic of the freed person is talking about Black slaves, not Indian. Now, if that's a different case, that's a different show, that's a different situation. But what's happening? But hold on. But what's happening right now is that we're trying to get what's happening right now, and maybe I was coming at you side or whatever, but what's happening is that there's a lot of people trying to confuse this whole issue. And what Shirley is talking about, this is where we need to stay on right now. Because what's happening is we're trying to get this thing popping off. And as we're trying to get this lift off, everyone keeps trying to come in and do all these little side situations.
And if I told you that I was tax exempt, would you believe me? If I told you that I was tax exempt in all 50-something states, that I can walk in any Walmart or any Target or any place and go and without paying taxes, I don't pay property tax, I don't pay tolls. Would you believe me then?
But the thing is, it wouldn't matter if I believed you or wouldn't believe you. It's about what can we do as Black people? Because when I walk into a room, I'm not considered Indian or anything like that. I'm considered Black in all the racial
You're
history.
You're not considered that, but you know why you're not considered that? Because you're not classifying yourself. They have listen. The United Nations has what's called the UNDRIP, the American Declaration Rights of Indigenous People. It tells you that you have a right not to be assimilated into any government ordinances. Do you understand that? So when I'm trying to tell you is you have a right to claim who you are.
But if that's what
you're not claiming who you are. You're letting them go under their status. Who told you was Black? Who gave you that status? They gave you that.
I understand, but let me say that.
If that's what you want to rock, hold on. If that's what you want to rock, then that's what you want to rock. But I'm focusing on the discrimination that I am familiar with and that has been with me for my entire life. And that's what we need to focus on because we can win as a body politic together. Not everybody was Indians. I think there was a show. Who did this show? There was a show that was talking about how there were already Indians here on the land and that they were being killed off, and then the remaining of them, they kind of mixed them in with slaves. I forget who did that show.
Was it Black? But did they tell you, real quick, did they tell you, was it Black people? Listen, I got
they weren't Black. Oh, wait, hold on. Lisa Cabrera did it because she was talking about New Jersey.
But Lisa Cabrera, but you know what she did wrong? You know what she did wrong? By saying they went on a Trail of Tears. The Indian that stayed on their area was classified as colored.
She didn't say that.
She said the New Jersey. She talking about I live in New Jersey, and I emailed her and I told her she was talking about the Lenni Lenape and the Shawnee and another tribe in Jersey. I know exactly what I was trying to tell her was it was only 2% of the Indians in the South and the North that went on the Trail of Tears. So what happened to the rest of them?
Okay, but let me hold on, gentlemen. Let me
that's the whole point, Shirley. I don't want to get into this whole weeds.
But listen,
has nothing to do with that.
I want to say this. I want us to focus on the African American descendants of slaves. I understand all the Indian stuff, but we're going down rabbit holes, and there's priority issues and minority issues. For me, I'm not disavowing you, my brother, and what you're saying, but for me and those who believe in what I'm standing for, where I'm going with this conversation is to clarify that there are rights given very clearly to the African American descendants of slaves that Congress stole from us. You have to understand, we go on, Black people do this hypothetical conversation or hysterical ramification conversation. White people don't work like this. I'm trying to help you understand how white people think. White people think about money and numbers, and that's it. Everything else, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're part of the indigenous slaves before the freedmen. They don't care. All they care about is their money and their numbers. And what they also care about is their government and the laws and regulations that they put in place. So what I'm saying from this video, so that we have clarification, if there's a historical place, look at what we're seeing here. These are buildings where they set up these buildings. They all these black people had number books. See this book right here? They had books, they had banks, people had their names on it. This was set up by Congress. Now fast forward 2020, we've not let Congress be accountable to this. But yet you want to keep discussing what part of what we should have and what we should be. That's hypothetical.
And what tribe and tax-free.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not saying that we don't deserve those rights. I want to understand that you understand. I respect you, my friend. I respect you, my black brother. But what I want you to understand, I have to think like a white person because I need money. I have to think like a white person because I live in the white society of colonies. Understand that people run this country. Dimitri, go ahead.
And Shirley, I want to also say the same thing. I'm not trying to discourage him or try to say, anything disrespectful. But the thing is that these conversations, every time we start getting commingling and start getting these facts that you're bringing up and facts that other people are bringing up on what happened to us, like not only that, talking about redlining, this had nothing to do with Native America. We were literally clearly defined by our skin color. Period, point blank to end. So I don't want to get into, let me go research if I was Indian or not, because that's not what we were accustomed to. When we walk into a room, we're immediately discriminated against. And that's what set up everything. Everything was set up by that.
You're saying media discriminate as a what though? That like that
as a black person.
But first of all, you gotta understand that none of us are black.
No.
We're talking about the social construct of blackness.
Well, first of all, you gotta give them back their social construct.
No. You have to understand that white people don't look at it like this. You live in a white colony society. You keep talking about what you need to understand. You need to think white. If you thought white, you'd be right. That's because, and I'm telling you this, I don't mean to be mean. You think white, you understand how white people think in their society. We live in their society. We live in their worlds. We understand by their rules. And if we don't understand when they look at us, what they're thinking, we're thinking something else. And then we want them to respect our thoughts. They don't respect your thoughts. They only respect their own. So if you understand their thoughts, then you utilize their thoughts to make yourself the winner. I know back and forth. Hold on, we done shut down Edie. Are you there?
And also keep in mind that convict leasing was not set up based upon to see if you're Native American or you have Indian blood in you, or if you get tax-free. It was based upon if you look black, one drop rule, you're going to get scooped up off the street and you're going to be put back into the situation. And that's exactly what happened after the Freedmen's Bank fell and they started mobbing all these towns. All the black men were rounded up in this convict leasing program, and that's where the black coats came from. If you don't have a job, if you are out past 5 o'clock or whatever, these sundown towns, you had to go back to the plantation because they didn't want to work. These slave masters didn't want to work.
Because they didn't know how to farm, because the only agriculture was us.
Exactly. That's so, my point. But my point is that it wasn't based upon you being Indian. It was like if you look black, that's the way it was. Jim Crow was not based on Indian; it was based on black. That's what we're saying.
But what I'm trying to tell you is the Indians that stay. I'm just saying it's just for sake of what we're talking about. And I understand we're talking about the Freedmen Bank. I'm just saying it's just on sake of what we're talking about. All I'm telling you is the original Indians that was in the South are now classified as African Americans. So if you don't, no. Listen. It's not no fight out of Indians. It's not because we mix with white people. It's not because we mix with no Native Americans. It ain't none of that. The Native Americans are not the people who they're claiming who was in the South. They never paid the original Indians. They never took care of the original Indians because they classified to as color.
But you need to stop. You keep talking about Indians. I'm not.
That's what I'm saying. Stop talking about that.
This is what we're talking about. We're trying to get you to get your passion and redirect it, because your passion is raw. Your passion is correct.
But I can't accept. I'm not black, so I can't accept. I'm not like. So what other classification do you want me to claim? I'm not an African American. I'm not Negro or black. My status is an American Indian.
Okay, then this conversation in this room is not for you, because we're talking about black people. We're talking about black Americans. We're talking about the ADOS people. Okay, so I want you to understand, I'm not fighting you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but you're not in how white people think. I'm trying to help you understand where a white person comes in and how they look at us and how they their perspective of us. And what this conversation, this video is supposed to help you understand that there's money allocated to you because they stole from you just based on your looks. They didn't go to
Exactly.
your tell me, a black man, what are you?
And that's my point.
Today, they'll say that basically because of all these foreigners now. But back then, you walked in, you partly look black and you light-skinned black. Oh, they would let you. All those black people who got caught passing, all the light-skinned black people that were caught passing black women, they raped the hell out of those women.
Yep.
They did all kind of stuff to light-skinned people that were passing. We ain't even going into that conversation. So forget the titles. If we agree or whatever, it's really not about the titles. It's about the legislative rights and the legal rights that we are not acquiring because we're not playing according to the rules that the white man has put in place. Both the gentlemen and myself will be quiet and yield the floor to Edie. Edie,
yes.
I don't want to scare off the one white word person we got on the call. Let Edie talk, my brothers. I love my two brothers, though. I love you both. Go ahead, Edie.
Yeah, you won't scare me off. No problem. Yeah, I mean, these are wrongs that need to be redressed. And I do think it needs to be kept really simple. I think you need to, I mean, I really do take the point that he was saying, you know, it is a good thing to be tax exempt because truthfully, under the Constitution, there should not be, you know, income taxes in particular. Other taxes were allowed, but you know, that was never really constitutional. The whole concept of income tax, that's a huge form of income slavery right there. But yeah, this is an issue that needs to be kept simple. It needs to go back to this fact that Reconstruction never happened. It needs to happen. It needs to go back to the Republican Party, Republican leadership. They need to look at it, address it, acknowledge it, and get Congress, I feel, to redress that grievance by going to organizations like the Clinton Foundation, other organizations like that, take the legal action, do a RICO. You can get a lot of money that way. And I feel it is owed. It is owed.
I agree. We have a new person in the panel. His name is Byron. Byron, how are you doing?
Hey, family. What's up?
How you
Enjoying
doing?
the conversation, Shirley. Enjoying it.
Thank you, Byron. Tell me, what's your thought on the matter? I got two feisty brothers. I love them so much.
Real good fights. Well, I just wanted to address the brother that's speaking on the Indian heritage. We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate your heritage and the work you've done on your side. But I think a lot of brothers and sisters you have sought that during a time when reparations wasn't even, there wasn't really a clear path, right? So now that we're seeing some daylight, we're getting some traction. We got people who are trying to cling they're trying to throw their different boxes on our train. We're like, look, this train is going to this destination. This is where we're going. Now, if you tax them, that's wonderful. I'm happy for you. But guess what? That won't close the racial wealth gap. It's not not being able to have to pay some kind of toll or tax. That will not close. That's why we're here. We're here to close the gap.
Tax, though. Do you pay property taxes on your property?
I do.
All right, I don't. So I mean,
okay.
So, and I'm look.
I mean,
and I was out. Listen, and I was an African American too at one point in time. I'm telling you.
But I listen to what you're saying. But what you did is what people were having to do to get their reparations claim, brother. You did what you had to do. I'm happy for you. I'm glad for you.
And I'm trying to tell the other ones. All I was trying to do. I wasn't. Listen, you can claim. You could do whatever you want to do as a Black American. The people that's in the chat room who know they got Indian in them, you know what I'm talking about. So if you know you have that, or you heard you had that in your family, now you got two claims. That's all I'm telling you.
Correct. We two
it.
claims.
And we
That's
agree.
it.
I got it.
That's
We
it. That's
can
all I
agree
got.
on that.
That's all I got.
Let me ask Byron this question. Byron, tell me what
Yes,
have
ma'am.
you gotten from this conversation? What do you like or dislike, or tell me what do you think we need? What point we might have not brought up that you're thinking?
I mean, you covering all the bases. As far as the banks, you know, you're covering all the bases of where we need to go, because all of this has to come down to history and lineage. That's the only thing we're going to be tied to. That's the only thing we can use to take this thing, to give it wings, and to let it and make it a real thing.
I totally agree with you on that. Pastor Tatum, you're in the room. Tell me what's your thought about this.
Oh, I'm very excited that we're having a conversation, and that everybody basically across the nation, even the office of the president, is addressing this. It's a long time in coming, and I'm really happy that you're taking the bull by the horns and taking us in the direction and the trajectory we need to go. So I'm very excited.
Well, now, Pastor Tatum, you're running for office. Let me say this to you guys. If we really want to pull the rug from underneath Congress, we got to vote these people out of office. Pastor Tatum is running for office in Bakersfield. He's running for mayor of Bakersfield, California. So if you know anybody in Bakersfield, California, please vote for him. We're going to do a show later on, not tonight. I don't really want to go into it, but I really believe that we need to talk about electing officials that support ADOS, that support.
Absolutely.
Because if they're not going to support foundational Black Americans, if they're not going to make us an agenda first. They're going to make immigration, like CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, is focusing on immigration. They're focusing on migration. And Dimitri will tell you it's a hot mess. Dimitri, what's your thought on the matter?
Shirley, when you do the show, you please call me up. I got all the fire and brimstone on that topic. You have no idea. But really quickly, what's frustrating me, especially being in California, what's frustrating me the most is that we foundational people are just being told you have to do all these extra things. Now you need to know Spanish, you need to know English, you know all these different things. Meanwhile, all they have to do is just come over here and say, I want to work.
Well, how about the issue of voter ID?
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. President Trump was right when he said that people were voting that were not citizens. That was true. What happens is you go to MacArthur Park, get your little fake ID and social, and then you go in there and you just go vote. Period. That's what pretty much happens.
Now listen, MacArthur Park,
they also have another thing.
Videos where I showed you MacArthur Park, there's a whole bunch of these Mexicans and they're getting special rights and privileges.
Yep. But they're not. But you remember did you ever hear about the provisional ballot farms where there's 35,000 people that are at one address and they send the provisional ballots, and one or two people, they just fill them all out weeks before the election, then mail them all in, and then they didn't mail them in on time, so they were the post office, the mail person was just finding these big old stacks. It was all on the news during the 2016 election. It was absolutely crazy. So it's all this stuff that's happening where we are being told we can't do this, we can't do this. Next time, next round, we got to get elected. You see, we have to make sure we're being nice. We can't rock the boat for this person. But yet, when they wanted to give the LGBTQ reparations, it happened literally in one day. No study, no conversation. Here you go. When they wanted to pass this bill, it was passed. And so I'm literally done, especially with these damn Democrats. I'm done with them. I don't even want to talk to them. Don't say nothing to me. As far as I'm concerned, just we have nothing to say. And that goes from the Jimmy Dore liberal to the Nancy Pelosi liberal. We have nothing to talk about. Nothing. I'm done.
Because they're really engaging in major voter disenfranchisement. They just are as a party.
And then another thing that I think Lisa Cabrera talked about today was at these HBCUs, how Black students that are HBCUs are having the most debt over all college students as an average. Meanwhile, if you are like, if you're Caucasian, if you're any other race, you get a minority scholarship and you get a full ride to these HBCUs. So we don't get a full ride, but anyone else besides Black folks, they get a full ride. That makes zero sense.
So this is what I don't understand. Why have Black people not come together on this? Because I think that we're so distracted by the media, and we're so distracted by each other that we can't just focus on one single narrative. And I'm not disagreeing with all the other things that are out there, but I mean, we have to go back to Congress, because Congress have allowed all these other people, the ABCD people, that's what I call them. The
I can't stand them.
have been given so many rights. They have emasculated the black man. I love Alpha Brothers, but Alpha Brothers are targeted for incarceration.
Yep.
Tall black men in California, I don't know about nationwide, but a lot of these tall black men, they've been targeted. Why do you think black men's size are shrinking? Because the tall black men genes are being incarcerated. I'm sorry, they bred us. They put the biggest black man and the biggest black woman together. Now you got your black women breeding with these little bitty people.
But not only that, you keep in mind, like I work in corporate America, and what's happening is, and I'm a tall brother. I'm 6'4.5", and I am 255. And the thing is, and I have a good stature. But here's the thing: is when you assert your leadership and when you're good, they do whisper campaigns against you. Yeah, he's emotional. There's something wrong with him. Now, mind you, I work in sales. They used to send me all over the place to go train, mentor, and develop people. But every time it was time for promotion, somehow, oh, we're watching you. We're watching. Just trust us. Just trust us. This is the best solution. Meanwhile, you have the most underachieving, incompetent person who's mostly Anglo. Oh, well, you get mad. I don't care. And then I have to make them feel comfortable when they're incompetent. They're beneath me in every way. I beat them fair and square on the battlefield of competition. But I got to sit there and teach them and make them feel comfortable so I don't get fired. I'm done with this. And it's always a liberal. Always, always, always. This is how the liberals roll. Now, in corporate America, at the same point in time, the alleged, I'd say alleged racist white Republican, those have been the ones who've been hooking me. Demetrius, why aren't you not going for this? Why are you not going for that? And so that's why when these narratives come out about Republicans are the bad guys, Democrats are the good guys, F to the heck to the no.
Them are just terms, man. Them just compartment. Them just compartments that like we put people under. But like you said, a liberal ain't no better than a white supremacist Republican. Like you said, the Republican was the first party that was established. Them was the people who was helping us from the start. Now my thing is this, right? The reason why black people, this is my conspiracy theory. The reason why black people vote for Democrats is because of Lyndon B. Johnson and what he did. But what a lot of us forget is, do you understand that all black cities was rioting? And what he did was if you look in I can't think of the bill right now, but it's a bill that he had in 1968, right? And what he said you after Martin Luther King got killed, he said, you better give these people their rights before they turn to tear down this country. We had tanks in Newark. We had tanks in Chicago. We had tanks in St. Louis. In every black city, you had the National Guards in because we was rioting. That's why they gave us rights. They didn't give us no rights because they gave us rights because we was rioting. That's why they gave us the rights. If you go back and look in history, that's the only reason why they gave us rights. When we started burning down stuff and we started rioting, because if you look in the 60s, you'll see that they was that they had the National Guards in.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they gave us anything that they give us. If it was a Republican in, he probably would have did the same thing, or it might have been worse. Or in this case, it was a Democrat.
Yeah, but I want to throw this curveball into this conversation. I believe there's a third party on board. That's what we're doing with Trump, which is I call the nepotism party. And the nepotism party is the party who has family members and friends and getting hooked up abroad. And Nancy Pelosi with her nephew here, Gavin Newsom, Maxine Waters with her grandson and her husband, One Bank America. That they did put some money together and they put it in black banks, and then they did what they want with it, and it never got to the black community. These are things that are going on that we're not addressing. So we put these people in office in Congress, and yet they create what I call the new nepotism party, and that's why you have the Ukraine situation with what's his name with his son.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Joe Biden. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Joe Biden.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
Here's my thing, and this is what I've always been thinking. I honestly believe that if we can get the right people in front of, and I think we can go through Don Jr. to get to President Trump. I honestly believe that President Trump will do something, maybe not everything, but he can knock off around 4 big things just for the sake of I am President Trump and I'm the baddest man to ever walk the planet.
Oh, absolutely.
And let me ask you a question.
He would give us 4 big things.
Let me ask you a question. Besides reparation, right? Honestly, besides reparation, what else can they give us? Besides either land or reparations?
There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Well, I don't want no schooling. I don't think schooling going to help me.
That's not the point.
No, go ahead. Go into what you were going to say.
I mean, keep in mind, President Trump in 2016 was the only one who had a black agenda. He was the only one. So what do you have to lose? If you go back and listen to that speech, it was like I was literally looking to him like, you got to be crazy. There's no way this Republican candidate is saying this. Literally forgivable, but because right now, forgivable business loans that can help the black community right now. Because remember, black people never got grants; we just got business loans, and they're high interest rates. So that can help the black community. Also, investment into entrepreneurial centers to where if people that want to start a business, if you go through a certain course and you go through all the processes and get your business plan done and everything like that, you get free grant money to start in the black community. The opportunity zones are great only if they're making sure that they're the trades persons, like black trades for plumbing, so on and so forth, that those businesses are getting those monies. That's stuff that you could do immediately to get stuff going. That's just like today. And so
I mean, shit, I got an LLC right now, and I get business loans. So I mean,
but let's go back to what Demetrius said, and which I've said earlier. We go back to the labor laws, which we heard that professor talk about earlier. See, if you get to these other countries, they can go and get their money from their country. We can't. We are dispositioned in the inner cities and inner communities. I mean, there's a lot that we can do, and we can sit there and talk about all the lot that we can do, but we can't. I'm gonna let you guys know, but we can't, because not only are we dealing with the disposition of government failing us, we're dealing with the invasion problem.
Yeah,
with the invasion problem, and then
we need a check.
We allow the invasion. No, the check we can't. We don't need a check. Let me clarify that too. Let me tell you what happens to that check. That check gonna go to the weave Chinese man, the Korean man. He's gonna get that check. That check gonna go to rebuilding and adding to your house. That money gonna go to the Mexican. If we start giving money to our people and not setting up an infrastructure of labor businesses, it has to be done strategically.
But you don't want them to be the holder in due course of that. You don't want them to. You don't want to have.
They will be. No, but they will be, because if you say give us a check and then we don't even know, we have not even trained our own people to understand how to get back into the labor force or trade force. Because of Lyndon B. Johnson, you're talking about 4 and 5 generations. There's a new generation on board, and these new generations don't know how to be self-sufficient. They're too
I'm just being realistic, right? They never honored nothing. These people never honored none of the treaties. Right. They never honored the 1866 Civil Rights Act. They never honored the 1964 Civil Rights Act. They never honored nothing. They never honored nothing. That's why I say, that's why me personally, the only remedy that I see when they get mad is when I go into court and they don't have jurisdiction over me. Even as a man with black skin, when I go in there and the judge like, yeah, I don't have jurisdiction over him, he's an American Indian, is when I really feel good. Nothing that they can do, because they never honored nothing. They broke every treaty that they have. They broke every treaty that they have in other countries. They never honored the 1866 Civil Rights Act. So all of this stuff, and we had what was first called the advancement for Indian and colored children, which became the black colleges. We had black colleges since the 1900s. So we got over 200 black colleges, and black people still yelling about education and everything. Okay, they don't want to educate us.
So we have.
They don't want to educate us.
But listen, we've got all these things, but it all comes down to money. It all comes down to money, and if you don't have monies allocated for the infrastructure of better labor within America, because that's why President Trump is the better president. Because President Trump is talking about labor rights within America. And then we're talking about the black colonist rights. We are black colonists. We're descendants of the black that have merged with these colonists. And yet we don't have the same rights as white Americans. That's a problem.
And we never did. They never wanted us to. That was the
I
whole
understand
purpose.
that, but what I'm saying in this video is that you have to understand that there are congressional leaders who are in office right now who need to be held accountable, since you hold the seat, Mr. Congressional Person, of what happened regarding the Freedmen Bureau Bank. Pastor Tatum, you've been quiet. Talk to me. Say something, Pastor Tatum.
And that's even something like I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate what you guys are talking about. And I think it's now time that we step up and we go forward with recognizing how we've been exploited. And I think that we have God on our side at this moment. And even equating just beside the Freedmen Bank exploitation, the value that was exploited from our ancestors would equate to about $17+ trillion today. Our national debt is almost 22 trillion or more. So we almost surpassed what's owed to us to the nation's national debt. So that being said, we're very valuable. We're the top commodity back in the day, and I think that is coming to a head. And as a pastor, we talk about it all the time. We talk about how Abraham was told that he was going to be in bondage to Egypt for over 400-something years. And then when they would come out of bondage, they will spoil the Egyptians. They will come out with gold, silver. And that's pretty much where we're at when we celebrated our 400-year history as of 2019. It's time for us to spoil the Egyptians, to spoil those that have exploited and have raped our women, has pretty much taken our names and taken our history. And I think it's come full circle. And I think this is the time that we come together on one accord and to accomplish that restitution that is owed to us for so many centuries.
Pastor?
I agree. Hold on one thought. I want to go back to one part of this video. Let's talk about money. I just want to talk about money. Don't pivot away from this one.
From 1865 to 1874, about 70,000 people deposited the equivalent of $1.3 billion.
Let's stop right there.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
And that's a lot of commerce too, a lot of activity as well.
I needed to let that sink in, because let's say I'm like Dimitri. We can go a lot of different routes. Dimitri is so important. We can go a lot of different routes. I'm not going down them routes. I want to bite this elephant right here.
Well, no, but see, yeah, true. But also those other routes set up what you talked about earlier, which is most important, which is the infrastructure. So you have that route. Absolutely. That's the nucleus. But then you have to have those other parallel routes to do the infrastructure.
And I
set
agree
up.
with you on that. And I think that coincides with this. So if they say, if we prove we can get the money, and they give us this money, how do we as the leaders allocate this money out?
Where we are.
You're breaking up, brother. We lost you.
I got a question, right? You said leaders, right? Who you think, if they do give the money up, who do you think they're going to get the money of? They're going to give it up to people like the Black Caucus, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Nope. That's the red flag. Nope. Red flag on the flag. It's going to be given to the people that had proven.
Hello?
Go ahead. It's going to be given to the 70,000 people. Listen, let me play it again for you.
70,000 people.
70,000 plus people participated. Why? Because we have the records. Did I not show you the Freedmen Bureau has all the records? See the record research? These are the people, not the CBC. You don't know the CBC is bullshit. CBC focuses on immigrants and illegal immigrants. They have nothing to do with this. This is not CBC. This is understanding that the Freedmen Bureau history has been chronologically recorded, and that is what we're tapping into. Dimitri, are you back? Can you talk?
Yeah, I'm back. But here's the thing, Shirley, I wanted to ask you, the biggest treasonous group in history, I mean, one of the biggest treasonous groups in our lifetime is these Congressional Black Caucus members. They get their behinds out there on these big, huge, grand manner press conferences talking about the plight of some people who commit crime. I'm sorry, we just got our citizenship pretty much after 1964. If all we had to do was cross Mexico border and come back with a poncho, drinking Jamaica, and eating carnitas, we would have done that 100 years ago. And all of a sudden they're citizens? Bump that bull crap. I'm done with immigration. No, I don't want no intersectionality. I don't want to combine. I don't want no black and brown coalition. get you, get Maria Conchita, and get the stepping. That's my mentality. I'm done.
Damn.
Because let me tell you the reason why. Because my grandmother did a lot of local stuff, and my mom and dad did a lot of local stuff. And these Latinos came over here. They were like, they called us all kind of cabron negras, negaros, negaritas. We don't like those negros. They don't want to mess with us. But then when it was getting their asses whooped, oh come on, we brothers. Miss me with this. We are not hermanos. Get you,
right.
Get Maria, and get the stepping. All I need is Shirley and some black folks. We can get this thing crack-a-lack because we did it before, and we can do it again. I don't need any coalition. I don't want to go with no damn LGBTQ gays, and damn sure don't want to hook up with no damn Anglo-Saxon feminists. Get out the damn paint. We got it from here. I'm done. I'm done.
He done. He done.
He done. I think he done.
He done.
Edie, what's your take on it?
Well, I think that's a really good insight, and I think it's correct. I mean, I think that's the way to go, because that's right. We don't have brotherhood with people that aren't us. They're not us. The
They're not us.
They're not us.
And then also keep in mind, Shirley, I know you got black sons, so I know you went through the whole drama of these feminist teachers and their astronomical psychological operations of falsifying referrals, suspending you for your hair. I got suspended for my hair. And this was in what was it, in middle school? It was 1992. I got suspended for my hair. Mind you, I didn't cuss nobody out. I wasn't violent. I'm a big guy, but I got suspended for hair. Now just imagine that's one of the biggest things that's happening right now. We got black kids, boys and girls, in the midst of telling us that boys could dress up and be girls, and girls could chase snakes, and then they could go ahead and be fine. But then we got black boys showing up with dreadlocks and black girls showing up with box braids. They're getting sent home for distraction. I'm done with this. I don't want to combine with you. Take your dang gay ass up over there and do whatever it is you want to do. I don't care. That's your business. I want you to have rights, but you ain't in this. This ain't about you.
Hey, can I say one thing to that part right there? What you just said, like as far as that, like you saying, like our culture, and they won't let you practice your culture. Like I told you, you do got rights that's passed to you by the United Nations and by the American rights of the indigenous people, saying that you have a right to practice your own culture. You have a right to go to any of their so-called educational institution and still practice your culture. So that means that you can go in there with pretty much whatever you want to go in there with, and that's a right. And if you don't know about Title 18, Section 242, which is Declaration of Rights, and what any public official or any school official or any health official or anybody that's practicing as a public servant that violates your right or restricts you from your rights, Title 18, Section 242 is the way to go to really get justice or to really enforce that right. But I mean, as far as the money and everything, I just had one question, Mr. Husar, which it says 70,000. Is 70,000 going to cover over almost 50 million people?
Well, 70,000. That was at that time who put into that bank. But listen to the second number. The second number of the video talks about what it would equate to today. Listen.
Deposited the equivalent of $1.3 billion in modern day numbers. So African Americans enthusiastically embraced the Freedmen's Bank.
Okay, so African Americans embraced the bank, and they put 70,000 that they have on record put into that bank, and were descendants of that money in that bank. And even if they say, well, you don't have proof you put that money in that bank, but my ancestors were part of that, who could have easily been chain linked to another family whose names are on record. What we have to do is prove our linking to that era and that time. That's what I believe. I don't believe say, hey, well, my parents, I can't prove that we were in that bank. I've acquired checks and different pieces of those articles so I can talk about this subject matter. So
what you could do.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say what you could do is when you do your genealogy, the only thing you gotta do is, well, I went back all the way back to 1750 something, and that was on my mother's side. But my father's side, I stopped around like the 1800s or whatever. It's not hard to do. If you got family, it's only hard if you probably like an orphan or you didn't know your mother, father. But even though, you still can go get her birth certificate or whoever signed for your birth certificate when they was born, research them people, and then you go from there. And like Mrs. Husar saying, you only thing you have to do is go back before 1860, right before the civil rights. I mean,
Right.
before the Civil War.
Right. Yeah, that's
You know
correct.
what I'm saying?
That's correct.
And you could do it on one
not
side of the
forget-
family. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's not forget that all these crimes weren't just white collar crimes. There were lynchings. So you can look at the lynching records, and that's a direct, and a lot of land was directly taken through white mobs and rage.
That's right.
So if you can prove that, that's yours. That is mine.
And that's what they really don't want to give you, the land. The land is what really controls
That's
everything.
what you really want. And that's
The
our focus,
land.
our focus. Right. Shirley, that's our focus. I'm down in the
land.
South. I'm in the South. I know y'all West Coast. We got East Coast in the building.
Where you
But
at in the South, brother?
I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah. So down here we have a unique history in that. We we've had all these different cultures that you mentioned. All of that you mentioned was done here before. But prior to the Civil War, there's always been a struggle here. Always.
Don't y'all got black Indians in Louisiana?
Absolutely.
The Mardi Gras. But listen, the Mardi
Absolutely.
Gras.
If you go down that Indian route one more time,
I just was going to ask him. I just was asking him because he said he in Louisiana. I got you.
Don't go off point. Dimitri, I can hear you what you're saying. Pastor Tatum, you've been quiet. Say something, Pastor Tatum.
Like I said, this is fascinating, and I'm running for public office, and I think this is one of the conversations that I can bring to the table. When I was running in 2016, it was talking about the immigration situation, and this is how I put it. I said most people that come to migrate to America, they come to make their lives better and their family lives better. We were brought here to make other people's lives better and make them wealthy. So that's the difference between apples and oranges, day and night. So we're brought to enrich other people's lives. Other people come to enrich their lives.
But I'm going to go back to what the brother said earlier. If we don't understand our lineage or where we come from, I think even if, let's say we get Trump to put this in place, we've got the money, we've got all these things structured. You still need to know what kind of Negro you are. And if
you might have had ancestors that came from the Caribbean in the 1900s. You got to prove that your people was here before the Civil War. You have to prove that. Like you could sit here all day long and say, "Oh yeah, you're gonna get right." Guess what? When they pass out them reparation checks or any remedy that they're gonna pass down, you better be able to prove, because it's so many black immigrants here. So and then you got black immigrants that come from the Caribbean that got English names too, that got the same last names we got. So they can easily say, oh yeah, I was here or whatever. No, you have to trace your people back. And if you're not doing that,
yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
If you're not doing that and you haven't done it yet, then I mean, you should be doing this. You should be doing this while you're listening to these videos.
That's true. I
But
totally agree.
you know what, everyone? Let me just put this out there real quick. This country, the government knows everybody and where we all came from. Period. They have, I used to be when my former life, I used to be in the military. And one of the biggest things that was shocking to me when I was going to be a Marine security guard, we went to do a tour of like Maine State and all the national archives and stuff like that. They have national archives starting before 1619. When the first settlers came here, they kept all that stuff. Everyone who came here, they have all this information. So I mean, yeah, I understand what you guys are saying about we got to trace it all the way back. But my thing is there a way that we can pretty much tap into that wealth of knowledge? Because it all was behind, closed door. It was all, secret and stuff like that. But
What you talking about? What you talking about? What information you talking about tap into?
Tracing your family lineage, because this country knows every single person that's in here. This country knows where everyone came from.
They do, but they ain't going to do the research for us, man. They're not going to tell you who you are for you.
Right.
But what you do is,
how do we access that information?
All right, look. What you do is, look. Do you have your mother and father still living?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the first start.
Yeah.
Mother and father. So that's your first start. ask your mother, you find out your mother, your mother, father, find out your father, mother, your father. Then once you find out your father's mother, your father's fathers, find out who their parents were. And then you're going to go all the way down until you can't go no more. You're only going to be able to go, shit, I was able to only go back 8. I went back 8, and I went back 9 on my mother's side. I went back 9 generations on my mother's side and 8 on my father's side or whatever. So, and my father from Macon, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? But that's how you have to, you start tracing from your surnames, and then you start finding, you can start doing death records, marriage certificates, see if any of your families got any old Bibles where they left any records or any documentations in there. You know what I'm saying? Then you can also check through the cities too. The cities got records too. A lot of these cities got records.
One thing too, one great free source of information that we just, kind of landed upon ourselves. We were interested in doing some family research also, and we didn't want to go online, didn't want to put our information in. Some people are sensitive like I am about stuff like that, about who has access to the information once you put it in. But my husband went to our local library right here in town, started talking to the reference librarian. She was able to dig up all that information for us, and it's free.
Oh, wow.
It's free. So don't miss that resource. It's there.
Okay, I got another.
Know about that.
I got another video to break down. Everybody, just listen in.
Everyone explore new worlds and ideas. Support your PBS station.
I'm Henry Louis Gates Jr. Welcome to Finding Your Roots. Tonight, we'll explore the family trees of LL Cool J and Sean Combs, two legends of hip-hop who grew up without their fathers, and both knew almost nothing about entire branches of their family trees.
This is something that I wanted so long, to just feel some family.
I didn't know the extent of my history, and it is important, I think, that we know from whence you came. Yeah, from whence you came.
To uncover their roots, we've used every tool available. Genealogists piece together the past using the paper trail, while geneticists employed the latest advances in DNA analysis to reveal secrets hundreds of years old. And we've compiled everything into a book of life, a record of all of our discoveries.
Yo, that's like unbelievable. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Charting the family trees of LL Cool J and Sean Combs pose some of the most challenging mysteries we've ever confronted. And our ability to solve these mysteries highlights the remarkable advances being made in genetic genealogy. Advances that are transforming what it means to be family.
Panel, can you mute yourself out as we go through it? I'm getting ready to pause in a second, but panel, mute yourself out just during this video section. I'm gonna keep it going. This is a PBS documentary show that talks about finding your roots. And this is right on point of what we're talking about. How do you know who and where do you come from? Because if you don't know who you are and you can't prove it, if we do get President Trump to allocate money towards us, we're not going to get that money because we didn't do our own homework on ourselves to find our roots. So let's hear just a little bit of this video so that you guys know about all of this.
Sean Combs is a man of many names.
Okay, so I'm gonna fast forward. Y'all know who Sean
had a
Combs
greater
is.
influence on him than his maternal grandfather, Eugene Griffith.
He was a jazz musician, loved music. He gave me a guitar when I was 8 years old, and I used to sit there and, guess the next note on the record. But I would guess it before it was coming. I just, from day one, just loved music.
But LL's grandfather and his grandmother, Ellen Hightower, played an even more important role in his life. In 1972, they took him and his mother into their home after LL's parents split up. At the time, LL was just 4 years old.
I just remember, I just remember my father coming down the steps and kind of being on his knees, and like me being at the foot of the step looking up at him, and a tear was coming down his eye.
What effect did that have on you? That must have been pretty rough.
You know, I have to credit my grandmother and my grandfather. They just jumped in the void with 2 feet. They treated me so good. They embraced me. They built me up. They made me believe in myself.
But less than a year after he went to live with his maternal grandparents, LL's life was scarred by violence. In August of 1972, his father came to their house armed with a shotgun.
And I hear, I just heard, I guess that was the bullets whizzing by. You know, I heard my mother moaning, and my grandfather is like sitting on the dining room bleeding, there was blood all over the floor. And it's still very vivid in my mind.
In a fit of rage, LL's father shot both LL's mother and LL's grandfather. Both survived, but his mother was so badly injured that she couldn't walk for months. Despite the shooting, LL always longed to know more about his father.
At the end of the day, I had such a strong desire to have a father, like any young boy.
Of course.
You know, men like to pretend that they're not vulnerable in that area, but we all want our daddies. We all want our fathers.
Both of my guests were eager to learn about the missing half of their family trees. I wanted to use our expertise to restore these elusive ancestors. I started with LL Cool J. When we began our search for his father's ancestry, we had to start virtually from scratch.
I'm gonna stop right here. So here you have LL Cool J, born in 1968. You go up, then you go on one side because he only had one side. They couldn't figure out the other side, so they had to start on one side. Okay, so they start here with his grandfather, born in 1944, and you go up to 1917. Look, 1, 2, 3 generations removed from slavery. So that's what always gets me when I hear white people or people in general say, well, how are you gonna trace back that? That's a long time ago. What we got, 1, 2, 3, and we're already in slave town? Just 1, 2, 3. Family, talk to me real quick before I go.
They know what's popping. They just trying to stall, and we ain't stalling no more. No more stalling, no more shenanigans. We going straight to the king. Period.
Henry Louis Gates is an agent, and I don't know like why a lot of people don't understand. And he also, I mean, but either you believe him or you don't believe him, because he is the one who behind slavevoyage.org. That's where the so-called 12 million slave records are at, which he is the one who behind it. But I mean, if you watch his show, you seen Don Cheadle and Tina Turner tell him that they was Indians, and he sat there and said, "Oh no, that was white people in your family."
Okay, so hold on, stop. You joined down a rabbit hole. I'm gonna stop you real quick.
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to go through all that, because even if you don't use, stop laughing. Even if you don't use Louis Gates a method, if you don't use his method, the system is there. The formula is what I want this session to be about. What's the formula? I don't care about if you decide to use that cook of the week or go to that restaurant. I'm trying to teach you a formula, Negro. This is a formula. So here we have the real LL Cool J, whose name is James Todd Smith. His name is James. For those who may not know, his name is James. James got his father's side over here. Okay. Then we go up from here, right? We're going up this way because we haven't started talking about this other side. He's talking about this side. Okay. I want you to realize, look at the dates. You can see that. Let me make it a little bit bigger if I can. I don't know if I can. No, not in this video. I can't. Okay, 1968, 1944, 1917. That's as far back as we've gotten so much in this video. Let's continue on.
He told me he didn't even know the name of his father's mother. This is the 1940 census for Roxborough, North Carolina. Can you tell me whose names you see there?
James Smith and Fannie Bell Smith.
Those are your grandparents. Wow. James was an attendant at a gas station, and your Aunt Ella told us that your grandparents ultimately started their own business. It was a service station with an adjoining restaurant. James took care of the service station, and Fannie managed the restaurant.
Oh, wow.
Service station and gas. Listen to this. Listen to this. See, I told you we own businesses. This man had family members that had gas stations and businesses. What happened to us? That's all I'm saying. Hold on, let me keep going. Let me hold your thought. I know y'all want to talk. Hold on.
Yeah, pretty cool. That is pretty cool. It was no small feat for LL's grandparents to start their own business in the Jim Crow South. And now that we knew his father's parents' names, we could continue to work back in time through the branches of LL's family tree. We soon discovered that his family's roots in North Carolina run very deep, back to one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history. This is the 1870 census for Person County, North Carolina. Can you tell me whose names you see there?
Richard Thaxton and Lethea Thaxton.
Now, those are your great-great-great-grandparents, Richard and Lethea Thaxton.
Wow.
Richard was born around 1830 in North Carolina, and Lethea was born about 1832. Also,
let me stop real quick. This goes back to what Edie said. She said, I went to my local records. Did you hear them say that? Y'all listen to what I'm saying? You ain't got to hire all these companies. You can do your own research. If you don't have no money, you got a lot of time, great. If you don't have a lot of time and you got money, then you hire people who are genealogists and they will do this research. But you need to have the data. You need to have your book to bring before Congress and make it clear. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Shirley.
Yes.
Hey, Shirley. I don't have time. I got money, though. So if you know nobody, I got you. If you want to do the research for me, I'll send you a check.
Okay. We'll talk about that because I do have companies that said that they would do research for us, and that's another show. But I want to at least show you that it can be done. Let's keep going. So here we go. 1917, and then they went to 1892. We're still not in emancipation yet. Let's keep going on this, man.
We soon discovered that his family's roots.
Stop right here. 1845. Are we in emancipation now? This is a slave, right? This is a slave.
A slave, yep.
Let's keep going.
North Carolina run very deep, back to one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history. This is the 1870 census for Person County, North Carolina. Can you tell me whose names you see there?
Richard Thaxton and Lethea Thaxton.
Now, those are your great-great-great-grandparents, Richard and Lethea Thaxton.
Wow.
Richard was born around 1830 in North Carolina, and Lethea was born about 1832, also in North Carolina. Since your great-great-grandparents were both born in North Carolina prior to emancipation, we would assume that they were slaves.
Okay.
Tracing the lives of people during the years of their enslavement is extremely difficult. Often it's impossible. The reason is simple. In most records, slaves weren't listed by their names. To begin to find them before they became free, you have to figure out who owned them. Because freedmen and women sometimes took their former owners' surnames, we began to search for slave owners in Person County with the last name Thaxton. And when we got to the 1850 census, we found something striking. There was a slave owner named Joseph J. Thaxton living in the same county as your ancestors. When the slave schedule was recorded, your third great grandfather, Richard, would have been 20. Do you see any 20-year-old males listed?
Yeah, I see one, 20 men.
In 1850, Joseph J. Thaxton owned a 20-year-old male slave, and that slave may very well be your third great grandfather.
Oh, wow.
May very well.
I mean, it's sad, but at the same time, it's the way of the world, man.
Okay, let's stop. We ain't trying to go back that far, Negro. I told you we're trying to go back to 1865. We passed that. This man is down into 1830, right? So if we're in the 1830, we're talking about going back to the Freedmen Bureau Bank of 1865. And all the way, because that bank all the way, I think that bank existed all the way into the early 1900s. So again, I want to clarify some things, so I'm not attacking anyone. I just want you to understand we've got to attack an elephant one bite at a time. But this conversation we're talking about is understanding the best that we can do to put this puzzle together. When you're talking about white colonists who brought black people here, who couldn't even retain their language, matter of fact, you can't even retain their name, we had to take these surnames on, and that's what we're learning. Let's listen.
Historically, it's just the way of the world.
We wanted to see if we could find LL's third great grandfather Richard's name in the records of Joseph Thaxton. So we turned to Joseph's will. Wills are among the few documents that list slaves by their first name. Unfortunately for our search, Joseph died in 1909, after emancipation. So, of course, at that time, he didn't have any slaves to pass on. Then we caught a break. Our researchers discovered that Joseph Thaxton's father-in-law was a man named George Jeffries. Like Joseph, George Jeffries also owned slaves. And in his will, we found a familiar name. This is part of the last will and testament of a man named George W. Jeffries. And George W. Jeffries was Joseph J. Thaxton's father-in-law. And when he died in 1848, he left Joseph some of his property. If you look at this document, it says what that property was.
Following slaves: Big John, Jeffrey, Cooper, John, Spencer, Harry, Harrison, and Dick.
Dick. In 1848, Joseph J. Thaxton was given a slave by the name of Dick. Given all the evidence, we believe that that slave is your third great grandfather, Richard Thaxton.
Richard. All I can do is thank for being strong enough to survive.
Bro, you can't. That ain't true right there, man.
Right side of this whole.
All right, let's hear your argument, Negro.
Hey, can I just make something? Can I just give an overall statement about this? This is just all this stuff in this conversation, just showing just how lazy these people are and how dedicated they were to just trying to live like kings. We lost everything, so they can sit on their ass and then take credit for all the stuff that we do. This thing is just beyond for me. It's beyond for me.
Hey, I've done 6 people genealogy plus myself, so I'm 7, right? So I'm gonna tell you like this. When he using terms, we assume none of them records you gonna say anything about no slaves, because they wasn't classifying you like that. They was classifying you according to occupation. If you go right now, if you go on I can't think of the website I normally go to. Well, if you go, I'm gonna put the website in the chat room.
Hold on. Let me say this to you.
Wait, what are you talking about? Occupation? What do you mean by that?
I can classify what he's talking about. When you research, because I've done my research on my own. When you research your family history, you go from death certificates, marriage certificates, military records, and letters of slave owners writing down their slaves.
Yes, that is true.
When he referenced to this, are you watching this video? When he referenced to this, he didn't reference to the Census Bureau. When you're talking about it's the Census Bureau, because I've done this too. So when I do Census Bureau, it said, does this Negro speak English? Yes or no? Does this Negro own land? Yes or no? Is this a black man or a mulatto? That's a whole nother way of researching. But another way that you have access is they have historical records of letters and notes. Like Dimitri said, they know who these Negro kids are connected to because we carry their name.
But he just made an assumption when you doing genealogy.
What else can you do? You have no choice but to make assumptions.
No, I'm just saying, Miss Husar. I'm just telling you for the people that listen.
I am a broken piece of a puzzle. And the best thing I can do as a broken piece of the puzzle is stick the pieces that I know will work. And when it comes to reparations and allocating money towards this, the best we can go is go back to Congress and stop right there when it comes to reparations. Go ahead, Dimitri.
And sure, I think this brother, he needs to do his own show on this because I'm interested in it and I want to know more.
If you go to my channel,
it's not the show though. But I want to know more about
I'm just saying, but all of this is what. Listen, she gets cutting me off. All I was saying was, we talking about genealogy. We talking about how you can trace your records. Okay, me doing genealogy when he just said we think this is your grand. That ain't no clue, right? That's what I'm saying.
He was going based on the will.
Can I please just finish my point, please? Just for the people who listening, who if they do their genealogy, if they run into something like that, you have to do further research just to make sure that that's that person. Because if it's not, you're going to research somebody else's history that's not yours. That's all I was saying.
But he only had one slave though. Didn't he only have one slave?
Right.
Yeah. So he only had one slave. The slave, the video just said
that's what he's saying though. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying though. But he's not sure himself. If you listen to the words he's using, I think.
But let me help you out. You don't know yourself. And all I'm saying to you is, all I'm encouraging my audience, this is my show. And I want to say to my audience from my show, and you can do it from your platform, brother, but I need to take them home to this. I need everyone to do their own homework. And this is one way that this brother acquired the knowledge of his history. We don't even do that. Now, you want to disenfranchise the fact that you don't like Lewis Gates. That's your issue. And I don't care who you use. I don't care if you use Bob the builder. Whoever you use to build your belt of your essence, of your family lineage, then do it. If it's Ancestry.com, it's 23andMe, if it's family research. All I want to show here is the different ways that people use. Now, you may say, I don't agree with that letter. Then that's a whole nother conversation. But you've got to give credit. At least this brother sat down with a genealogist who is showing different perspectives. Everyone hold your thought. Let's keep playing.
African-American journey that we made it through. We're survivors. Survivors. I think that a lot of times we get caught up in the wrong aspects of this story. Absolutely. So many people focus on the shame. They forget about the strength that it took to get through it.
Richard Thaxton was roughly 35 years old when the 13th Amendment brought us freedom in 1865. It's difficult to imagine how any human being could manage to survive all those years as a slave. But we found hard evidence that he didn't allow his enslavement to break his spirit.
This is a list of people in Person County who voted in the 1868 election.
Oh, wow. Dick Thaxton.
Your third great grandfather, Dick Thaxton, in 1868, exercised his right to vote.
That's amazing. Empowerment. Taking full advantage of the opportunity in front of you. That's beautiful. That's what I'm talking about.
We'd been able to recover LL's ancestry on his father's side. Now I wanted to see what we could find out about Sean's paternal ancestry.
Oh, God.
Sean told me that he had heard that his father had served in the military, but he didn't know anything more than that. So we delved into the records at the National Archives, and we found the military file for Melvin Combs.
Let's stop real quick. So, again, what I want you to get from this, forget about if you like these celebrities or not. That's irrelevant. What is relevant is that these are Black people who have access to records. And that's what I want you to understand. The National Archives, if you have someone that served in the military from my side, on my mother's side and on my father's side, both of my grandparents served in World War I. That was huge because military records are very clear. It tells everything, their height, their weight, their parents, the year and birth of their parents. That's huge. And anytime you have family that served in the military, that's an advantage point to come from. I don't know if any military, Byron, are you still on board? I don't know if you're still out there. Byron, are you there? I think Byron might be gone. Any of you guys have any comments regarding the military aspects of this?
Yeah, I was in a military station in Germany when the Berlin Wall came down. I think it's a very good record locator that can give you an idea, even if you're chasing back to the Buffalo Soldiers. I think it's very pertinent.
Absolutely. I'm gonna play a little bit more and then we're gonna move on.
Melvin Combs, branch of service, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Air Force.
He served almost 7 months in the Marines and then almost 4 years in the Air Force. What's that mean to you that your father was a veteran?
There's an amount of selflessness to go in and be there for your country.
The Marines? That's serious business, man. You don't play around with the Marines.
Yeah, definitely.
Melvin Combs served in the military during a very uneasy peacetime. He was one of some 60,000 American troops stationed in South Korea after the Korean War ended in what was essentially a stalemate. It was the early years of the Cold War.
Melvin Combs, station, Yongdongpo, Korea, Pacific Air Force.
Can you imagine your father there as a young soldier and this so far away from home?
I mean, I could just imagine if it was me. You know, you just miss home and you're kind of a fish out of water.
Yeah.
All you have is your brothers and sisters of the military.
Sean's father was responsible for trucking ammunition and other vital supplies. and the courageous efforts of Melvin and his squadron didn't go unnoticed.
Decoration and awards. Good Conduct Medal, Air Force Outstanding Unit Award.
The Outstanding Unit Award was the highest unit award given by the Air Force at that time, and your father was given one. He was a serious soldier, man.
It makes me feel proud. Makes me feel proud.
I'm gonna go back to what Demetrius said earlier. You know, we talk about these immigrants. They do so much. Black people are lazy. Black people don't do nothing for America. If it wasn't for us, you guys wouldn't be able to eat your food. And I get upset because y'all don't understand the value of what your people did prior to you. We so focused on the now and these other folks throwing their issues in your life. You need to sit back and put your own book together and then throw that shit back in their face. Excuse me for cursing. Edie, you awful quiet. Edie, you still there? What is your take on this matter? I think Edie's gone silent too. Dimitri, do you have anything you want to say? Okay, let's keep going. I know everybody's muted out right now. So by the time you come back, you'll be muted in. I'm just going to keep it rolling and then I'll come back to the panel.
And especially the Good Conduct Medal, to know that he was, a good guy.
As it turns out, a history of military service goes back even further on Sean's family tree, further than we ever imagined. By following the paper trail, we were able to extend Sean's paternal lineage all the way back to his third great-grandfather, a man named Robert Alsop, who was born in Maryland.
Just third great-grandfather, and we're already into 1835. Don't let these people tell you that you don't know your history. Don't let these people tell you you can't go back this far. Don't let them tell you that, because you can do it. You can do it on your own merit, out of your own time, out of your own dime. So, like Demetri and all of them said earlier, y'all need to put your book together. Put your own book together. I don't care how you do it. If you don't want to use this system, use a system, but do your own book.
Maryland in the 1830s. At the time, Maryland was a slave state. So we figured Sean's ancestor was born a slave. But then we found something that took us by surprise. This is the 1850 census for Baltimore, Maryland. Can you tell me what it says at the top?
Free inhabitants in Baltimore, Maryland.
And can you tell me whose name you see down there?
Robert Alsop.
You know what that means? Your ancestor was not a slave. He was free.
It's overwhelming.
Make no mistake about it, man. This wasn't typical of the Black experience. For 90% of the African-American people who sat where you sat, when I've done their family tree, no free ancestors.
It makes me feel kind of conflicted that my family was free and there were so many other families that weren't.
Robert Alsop wasn't even the first ancestor on Sean's family tree to live as a free American. Records revealed that Robert's parents, Sean's fourth great-grandparents, were also free.
1811.
We don't know how they achieved their freedom, but it was likely related to where they lived, Maryland, where a significant number of slave owners chose to free their slaves, either for moral reasons or because slavery was becoming less profitable in the region. By 1850, there were some 75,000 free people of color living in Maryland, the most of any state in the Union. Free Negroes were such a large percentage of the total Black population that the white residents were terrified of a free Black majority, so they passed a series of oppressive laws. And we discovered that Sean's third great-grandfather experienced something that many free Black people feared most.
Booby traps. What did we say earlier? As soon as they start seeing you Negroes rise up, oh, hell no. We're going to strap some booby traps. Let's keep it going.
Now, Sean, this is an article that was published on October 11th, 1856.
A colored man named Robert Alsop was arrested during Thursday night and charged with being a runaway.
Your third great-grandfather, Robert, a free man, was accused of being a runaway and thrown into jail. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine what it must have felt like for him being locked up and
to be innocent. Sean's ancestor was ultimately released from jail, and just a few years later, he would fight in a war that put slavery itself on trial.
Now, Sean, take a look at that document.
Robert Alsop, 30th Regiment Infantry, U.S. Colored Troops, Company F.
Your third great grandfather was a soldier during the Civil War.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
Soon after Robert joined the Army, he fought in one of the strangest battles of the entire war, the Battle of the Crater. In the spring of 1864, the Union was determined to overrun Confederate forces in Petersburg, Virginia. The problem was the Confederates had dug trenches outside the city. So the Union came up with a very unusual plan. Soldiers tunneled underneath the Confederate trenches, then ignited 4 tons of blasting powder. As the smoke cleared, the Union attacked, but plenty of Confederate soldiers remained standing. The day proved to be a disaster for the Union. Unit after unit of confused Union soldiers charged into and around that crater, right into Confederate firing lines. It was total chaos. And your third great grandfather was part of that attack.
Anybody caught in a life or death situation, it's scary, but especially if you're fighting for freedom, I think it's another level of passion that you have in you.
Over 500 Union soldiers were killed at the crater, including an estimated 200 colored troops. But Sean's ancestors survived. And after the war, he settled in Baltimore, Maryland, where he raised his family. We can only imagine the pride he must have felt, knowing he helped bring about the emancipation of almost 4 million fellow African Americans.
Okay, so by that time, 4 million African Americans were freed during the emancipation. During the emancipation, family, do you guys have any input on this one? Let's keep it moving.
Just to put your life on the line is something that's really commendable and really deep, and I'm really proud that, someone in my family would do that.
There was one last thing I wanted to share with Sean. His father's entire family tree. The tree starts with you, and then it goes up to your father, and then your grandfather Isaac, and all the way up to your great-great-great-great-grandfather.
It's like almost like a new life, and I have family that I could take with me, through the rest of my life.
Yeah. Congratulations, brother. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
I understand the way Sean felt. It was my own pride in discovering one of my own ancestors that launched my interest in genealogy. When I was just 9 years old, my father showed me the obituary for my great-great-grandmother, Jane Gates. And then he showed me her picture. It gave me something to aspire to. She was the first enslaved ancestor whose picture I had ever seen. It made me want to learn about my own roots and travel as deeply into the slave past as I could. When I started exploring other people's ancestry over a decade ago, the number of people tracing their genealogy was much smaller than it is today. Since then, it's exploded. We seem to have reached a point where people around the world are seeking a deeper connection to their past. Millions are actively engaged in researching the history of their families. And we aren't just relying on the paper trail anymore. Thanks to DNA testing, it's becoming easier and easier to identify our long-lost cousins, people with whom we share matching segments of DNA. This tool would prove invaluable in exploring a profound mystery on the maternal side of LL Cool J's family tree. Like all my guests, LL agreed to take a DNA test. We also gathered his mother Andrea's DNA to see if we could gain more insight into her ancestry. The DNA results were analyzed by genetic genealogist C.C. Moore. C.C. compared LL and his mother's DNA to the DNA results included in a number of different databases. And she turned up something very unusual.
We compared Andrea's DNA to that of over 2 million people who've already been tested across 3 different companies. There was someone in the database who shared a lot of DNA with Andrea, and her name is Joan Lewis.
Joan Lewis, I haven't encountered her name in any of our research on his family tree.
That's why it's so interesting. Take a look at this chart. All of that red is where they share DNA.
That's a lot of red.
It sure is. That's 14%. And that's what we expect to see for first cousins.
If Joan Lewis and LL Cool J's mother, Andrea, are first cousins, as the DNA results suggested, then one of Joan's aunts or uncles had to be one of Andrea's parents. But there was no indication that either of Andrea's parents, Ellen Hightower or Eugene Griffith, were related to Joan Lewis.
So let me stop there so you guys aren't confused. We have LL Cool J and his mother's side. We're going on his mother's side. His mother said that these 2 people at the top, the Griffins and the Hightowers, were her fraternal parents. But there's a problem. According to DNA, her DNA doesn't show anyone connected in that lineage but the Lewises. So again, y'all don't like DNA, but this is where this is one reason why they use DNA. If you believe it's real or fake and don't want to be cloned, I'm not going down that conversation or that rabbit hole. But hear me out. Let's keep going.
We had researched Ellen and Eugene in great detail. They were the grandparents who had played such an important role in raising LL, and to whom he was exceptionally close. Was it possible that one of them was not actually his biological grandparent? To get to the bottom of this, we needed to compare Andrea's DNA to the DNA of one of Eugene's relatives. If Eugene Griffith was Andrea's biological father, then Andrea should share some identical stretches of DNA with Eugene's relatives on the Griffith side of the family. Luckily, one of Eugene's nephews agreed to be tested. We compared the nephew's DNA results to Andrea's to see if they shared any DNA. I met with Cece to see what she had found out.
We compared Andrea's DNA to that of her Griffith cousin. If they truly are first cousins, they should share about 12.5% of their DNA, which we would see in red here.
But we see nothing.
Right, we don't see any red. So this proves that Eugene Griffith is not Andrea's biological father.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
It was such a shocking discovery that we decided it just wouldn't be right to surprise LL Cool J with it. So I called him before our interview to let him know in private, away from the TV cameras. What was it like for you to find this out?
It's a little devastating to know that, the guy that raised me, that was so kind to me, wasn't my blood. My mother put it in a really succinct way, or she said it was the end of one chapter of my life as I know it and the beginning of a new one. But there's something miraculous about the fact that him and her, for that matter, was so loving and so kind and so,
perfect love.
Oh, man. But, it's interesting because I always used to say, like, I feel the love, but visually we don't all look exactly the same.
And you noticed that before?
I had noticed that.
Well, some people would have wanted to keep this information private, but you and your mom wanted to learn more.
Yeah.
Why?
I need to know this. I mean, my mother deserves it.
To find out the identity of LL's biological grandfather, we turned back to Joan Lewis, the woman Cece found in the DNA database, the woman whose DNA suggested that she was the first cousin of LL's mother, Andrea. In researching Joan's family tree, Cece discovered that Joan didn't have any paternal aunts, only uncles. And the DNA showed that the biological relationship was through that side of her family. This meant that one of these paternal uncles had to be Andrea's biological father. In order to find out which one, we needed to perform additional DNA tests. Since all of Joan's uncles have passed away, Cece tested their children. Once the results were in, Cece said there was something she needed to show me.
This is Andrea's DNA compared to a woman named Claudia Lewis. And Claudia Lewis is the daughter of one of Joan's uncles, whose name is Nathaniel Christie Lewis.
Nathaniel Christie Lewis.
Yes.
Okay.
Look at all of this red. This is where they share DNA. So they share about 25% of their DNA just under that. And you know what that tells us?
What's it tell us?
They're half siblings.
Really?
Yes. So we've solved the mystery. Andrea's biological father is Nathaniel Christie Lewis.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's your mother's DNA compared to the DNA of a woman named Claudia Lewis. And the DNA that they shared is highlighted in red. And can you see how much red there is?
It's a lot of red, man.
Your mother and Claudia share 24.7% of their DNA. They are without a doubt half siblings.
Wow. Claudia Lewis.
Claudia Lewis. Claudia Lewis is the daughter of Nathaniel Christie Lewis.
Wow.
That means that your mother's biological father was a man named Nathaniel Christie Lewis. He is your biological grandfather.
Yeah, that's heavy. I mean, you know.
I'm gonna stop right here because there's one part of this video I'm gonna get to and I'm gonna stop. I want you guys to understand something. We are a complex culture of people. And being that complex culture of people, we are put together in such a facet, in such a way that people do not understand. And there was a point in history before you had adoption centers, before you had the federal government coming and compensating your children and social services, you had Black families who helped other Black families. And somewhere in the story guideline, they took LL Cool J's mother, this other Black couple, and they loved that child as if it was their own. Hear me out. Hear me out. See, Black people used to help Black people. We commune together. We own business together. But government set up booby traps, set up different structures to break down a system of a voting block of a culture of Black families. We have to go back to BF1, Black family first. Because if we don't think about our family and we get cultivated by all these other things that are in us. Yes, we have Blacks, and yes, we have whites. Yes, we have Indians. I'm not disenfranchising that portion of my DNA, of my diaspora. But what I dominate is I come from descendants of slaves. I am part of the foundational people that used to work together and protect each other and take each other's children on. But instead, they want to make it seem that we're illiterate, incompetent, and don't even care about our own people. That has to stop. Let me continue on.
You couldn't have told me in 1,000 years, in 1,000,000 years that this was the case in my life.
Thanks to CC's genetic detective work, I can now introduce LL Cool J to the biological grandfather he never knew he had.
Wow. It's a good looking dude.
You were looking at a photograph of your biological grandfather, Nathaniel Christie Lewis.
Now, you know that man looked just like him. Let me keep going.
See any family resemblance?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Really?
Yeah. His lips. Mm-hmm. He got that nose. He has the nose. He got the look. Oh, my goodness. I guess my first question will be, where were you? Mm-hmm. You know? The flip side is it's miraculous to be able to have this. This is such a blessing.
We had found LL's biological grandfather. But in the course of our research, we turned up another startling discovery. LL's mother, Andrea, told us that there were long-standing family rumors that Ellen Hightower, whom LL knew as his grandmother, was not her biological mother.
And there was like whispers, you know, and so she was always unsure about her mother being her mother.
To find out if these rumors were true, we turned back to genetics. CC used the same method that had allowed us to prove that Eugene Griffith was not LL's biological grandfather. She tested the DNA of one of Ellen's nieces and compared it to Andrea's DNA. If Andrea was Ellen's daughter, then she and this niece should share about 12% of their DNA. The results were clear. They didn't share any DNA. That could only mean that Ellen Hightower was not Andrea's biological mother. We tested the DNA of one of your mother's maternal cousins. And when we compared her DNA with your mother's DNA, we discovered they didn't share any DNA. And that means that Ellen is not your biological grandmother.
I mean, it's sad, but at the same time, she wasn't my grandmother.
Absolutely.
Biologically, she wasn't, but spiritually, she absolutely will always be.
But if neither Ellen Hightower nor Eugene Griffith was Andrea's biological parent, how did she end up being raised by them? We began our investigation by looking at the New York City Birth Index for 1946, the year Andrea was born. But there was no listing for a child born in 1946 with the name Andrea Griffith.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here. No, the chat is not ended. I got to get to one point in this video, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna show you this whole video. I want you to see the components of genealogy and DNA. Now, I know y'all red flagging DNA all in the chat room. They're gonna clone me. I ain't giving them my DNA, la 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 la. But I wanted you to show you an aspect. If you agree or not, it's real or fake. I'm not going into that conversation. But for him, his mother just realized that her parents weren't her parents. He realized the grandparents who raised him were not his biological parents, and he's in a state of shock. And like I've told you, in the Black community, other Black people would raise other Black children, but they still want to know. Now we're at a point now where we're trying to prove who we are as descendants of slaves connected to the emancipation and the reparations. Dimitri, hold on. I know you're out of the chat room, but I can't show the video and then put you back in. So after this, 2 more minutes, then we're going to go back into the chat. Be patient with me, people. Hold on. Let's keep going.
We then turned to Andrea's birth certificate, which was unlike any birth certificate we'd ever seen. Not only were there no parents listed, but something else caught our eye.
This is to certify that Andrea Griffith was born in the city of New York on January 19th, 1946. According to birth record number 2221, the seal of the Department of Health has been affixed hereto this 13th day of May, 1947.
There was something odd about this birth certificate. Notice that there are no parents listed. Notice also that it was made out in 1947, which is over a year after your mother was born.
Wow.
According to Andrea's birth certificate, her birth record number was 2221. So we searched the New York City Birth Index again, looking for an entry under the number 2221. And we discovered something that really took us by surprise. We found this entry in the New York City Birth Index for 1946.
Jolly Andra, 119.6, certificate number 2221.
There's that number 2221, and 119.6 is your mother's birthday, January 19th, 1946. That is the actual record of your mother's birth.
That's wild. Andra Jolly?
Your mother was born Andra Jolly. That is your mother's birth name.
Wow.
But how did LL Cool J's mom end up being born Andra Jolly? Where did the name Jolly come from? Based on the DNA results, we had determined that Andrea's father was Nathaniel Christie Lewis. So we had every reason to suspect that Andrea's mother must have been a Jolly. To determine her identity, Cece scoured the databases again, looking for a match with the ancestral surname Jolly. Ultimately, she was able to solve our mystery. LL Cool J's biological grandmother was a woman named Ethel Mae Jolly. And the fact that your mother has a legal birth certificate under the name Andrea Griffith means that she must have been legally adopted by your grandparents. Probably had a baby out of wedlock and put it up for adoption.
So she was legally adopted?
Yep. They adopted and changed her name. They kept Andrea.
They just changed it.
They just slightly changed it.
Wow. You know, and I can understand why they didn't tell her. They didn't want her to feel like she didn't belong.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want us to feel like we didn't belong.
I'm gonna stop there. Thank you guys so much for chiming in. You're watching Shirley's World. I know this video has gone really later than I normally would want it to go, but it's so much going on. There's so much passion going on. And I thank Pastor Tatum and Dimitri. I know the other people have chimed out. Dimitri, Pastor Tatum, thank you so much for still being on board. What have you taken from this?
Wow. That the information is out there. We just have to get it. But then I have a, well, I'll ask that question at a different time. But the information is out there. We need to get it. And plus, you know, this is a great way to have a conversation with your parents to figure out where you come from. And also if there's any kind of extra things going out there, extracurricular activities going on in your family, you know? So I know growing up myself, my sister's not my biological sister. My aunt was messy and she just left her kids at my mom's house and just bounced. And so our family went from my mom, my dad, my biological brother, and myself to Tori, Troy, Tiffany, and my sister Tracy all staying with us. And they stayed with us for like 5 or 6 years until my aunt wanted to be a mom again. So yeah.
Hold on. That's a lot for us to digest right now. So what you're saying, what I'm getting from you is you're kind of similar to LL Cool J, but at least you knew, or those people know that they were not their biological family members.
Oh, right. My aunt Ada came over to our house one summer. I was like 4 or 5 years old. And I remember it vaguely, but my sister pretty much told me when I got older, and she just left all 5 of her kids at my mama's house and said, I need to go find myself. And so we didn't hear from her for like 6, 7 years. And so my sister Tracy ended up staying with us the whole entire time, but the other kids ended up staying with other family members throughout the years, but my sister Tracy stayed with us. So
and she said she had to go find herself. Lord have mercy.
Right. She just bounced. She's like, you can afford it. You got a good job, so you can take care of my kids. Bye. That's literally what it was.
You know, isn't that pretty typical? We've all seen that in someone's family past, which I find interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We've all seen
but my sister Tracy's my sister in every way. I love her. We have a great experience. And I love her to death.
No. And same thing with LL Cool J. He made that clear. He said, look, I love my grandparents. These are not, I don't look at them any way different. I love them because they are my grandparents. Pastor Tatum, talk to me. What do you think on the matter?
Oh, wait, Shirley, Kiki's in the room.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Kiki Green's in the room.
Kiki, my sister's in the room. Kiki,
Yeah.
I love you, Kiki. I wish she'd come on in. I put a stream in. I wish Kiki would come on in. Go ahead, Pastor Tatum. What are you thinking? It is March 20th. Pastor Tatum? Yeah, Pastor Tatum on mute. He'll come back in. I found interesting that the different aspects of acquiring your records. A lot of people don't realize we think about census bureaus, but they're private letters. There's military records. There's health records, birth certificates, adopted certificates. I found that a little bit interesting. That you have people who had adopted certificates. What's your thought on that, Dimitri?
Oh, regarding the different certificates, the different avenues.
Yeah,
I think that's all great, but this thing that keeps lingering in my head is now that this movement is starting, you know, we always talk about booby traps. I think that they got one more trick up their sleeve, because once this stuff go down, there's gonna be all these rules and regulations, and then all of a sudden there's gonna be like fires happening in certain places where records were kept, and hacks and all this kind of stuff. And so I think the bigger question that I was going to wait to another conversation is, should we have to do all this extracurricular activities?
We have to at least do our own homework, and we need to
at least do our homework, but based upon the fact that in order to get the money that's needed, the money that we are entitled to, should we have to be doing all this extracurricular work, especially if we could trace our lineage back to at least the 1870 Census Bureau? You know what I mean?
No, and I think that
this is hypothetical.
You know, I think your hypothetical point is well taken, because I think about that too. I'm really concerned about, now that we know how to read. I'm gonna go back now. We know how to read, and research, and then we start creating data on that. What's the next booby trap? Because and if we and I'm thinking I'm not gonna go all over the place. I'm just gonna focus on the Freedmen Bureau, which was go back to Clinton administration in 2000 under J.C. Watts commemorated to hold that data. So that data is already put into the archives of the Freedmen Bureau. And we have,
because I'm looking at this information as this will be great for me to know. But my thing is, we didn't need all this information to go pick cotton for like hundreds of years. We didn't need all this information to clean up after these nasty folks. So don't be trying to act all messy now when it's time to pay for all that back, pay for all the work that we did. That's my whole point. But this is good for me and my family in a conversation. But don't be trying to sit there and try to hold me from my money.
That's true. Byron, weigh in on what you think.
Oh man, this discussion is great. This is a zero-sum game. You know, we got a lot of different things coming at us at once. We just have to pick our lanes and push through diligently.
Exactly.
Diligently. You know, like the gentleman that left, you know, he pursued his path. You know, I don't want to go down an Indian path, but what I'm saying is we have to pursue our paths. You know, and if it's lineage based, whether it's economic based, pick your lane. Politics, pick your lane. We all coming into this one vortex, which is reparations.
Mm-hmm.
We can all join together and learn from each other like we're doing here. Because I'm learning a lot.
And Shirley, also on top of that lane that he talked about, we also, before we get anything started, and I think this is going to be a different conversation that I really want you to do this conversation, because I think you are the most equipped out of everyone of these commentators out there who could talk about this. We got to talk about how to identify these traitors and people who are trying to sabotage and people who are trying to pretty much sabotage the whole entire situation. Because one thing, you know, because I've been reading on my own the COINTEL documents, and it's just fascinating the little stuff that they did to cause friction, the little bitty stuff.
Share a little bit of that so those who may not know what that is, please share.
Well, I don't want to get off topic, but just real quickly, just pretty much COINTELPRO was just the way that the FBI was targeting Black groups to make sure that we stay in the position that we're in, to where we couldn't get our economic base going, we couldn't get problems with police brutality and stuff like that taken care of. And so all these people were pretty much on a list, and they were just being sabotaged. And of course, Fred Hampton was killed, and like Black and civil rights leaders were killed off very covertly and stuff like that. But it was just fascinating just how they would just have plans just for the littlest stuff, the little bitty things, similar to just say, hey, show up to this PTA meeting and talk about something completely off topic, or go to this PTA meeting, or go to this meeting and talk about something completely off the radar, just to get you off track. Or actually, on the other hand, come in there with resources so they can bring you up into the leadership. So you can tell us who's in the leadership. And the next thing you know, folks will just be in car accidents or having heart attacks or missing. So yeah, so it just one thing, just that, and I really want you to have that conversation, because as this thing gets moving, I'm starting to see this kind of stuff happening now, where the infighting is happening between, like, one of the biggest things between Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell, when I didn't think that it was even needed. I think that New York Times reporter got some mess going, which is historic. And instead of going after the New York Times reporter, it just seemed like they wanted to just go after Tariq when he had nothing to do with the situation. So that's just like kind of like one strategy off the cuff. And the media is, and the media plays a huge role in that. So just keeping people who shouldn't be talking off the Richter scales. That's what I'm saying.
I absolutely agree with you, but I think what throws them a curve is here we are, mega people are people who are supporters of Trump or work with the Trump administration who are focusing on reparations. That throws everybody off. I'm a throw off, because they're like, wait, Shirley, how can you be for Trump and then for reparations? And then when people do my background, they say, oh, she's not really a Republican. Then they stand off, because I had people cross me. I said, before you come up to me, do your homework. And then when they Google me and learn how embedded I am into the Republican Party going back to 1996, then they go, oh my God. And I go back further to when I was first able to vote. I've always been a Republican and always engaged with the community from every aspect. They don't know what to do with that. And I really don't care what they do with it. It's the knowledge that I know that needs to be implemented for a better community. So,
yeah, and also it's not, I think we also, maybe we might have to change the language, because it's not like a handout. This is what we're owed. You can't, like, for example, you can't come to my house, steal everything in my house, and then I ask for my stuff back in my house. You say, oh, don't ask for a handout. No, you took my stuff. This is stuff that was stolen from me. This is stuff that was taken from my people. It's not a handout. This is back pay.
I totally agree with that. Byron, what's your take on it?
Yeah, that word handout, that's thrown out a lot when the government handed out so much stuff, between, early 1700s and the latter part of, before the beginning of the Civil War. There was a lot of land given out. There was a lot of stuff given away.
Yep.
So
exactly.
I don't, and we were locked out of that. We were just locked out, period.
One of the things that Kiki said was the Crips and Bloods are COINTELPRO answer to the Panthers and the U.S. movement, etc. So that's kind of an example of what I was starting to talk about. But Kiki put it better than I did. But
and
what
like
the gentleman just said,
the politicians in these sanctuary cities, it got to be addressed. It has to be addressed. These are the worst cities you drive through from coast to coast. Shirley, you always remind us of LA, and I really appreciate that, sister. You keep those people on your mind. That's a beautiful thing.
Thank you.
We have the same issues down south. It's growing, actually. South is affordable, right? But I mean, we're starting to feel the pinch of all these multifaceted attacks that's coming against us. And our politicians are talking about legal immigration, and people are starving.
Yep.
I mean, families are starving, losing houses, losing property, losing businesses.
They want to, because they allow these immigrants to come here and these migrants. And when you talk to these people, they don't even want to hear your story. They just give you a dissertation of who they are and what they bring to the table.
And I'm not trying to hear it. Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
4 hours into this video, which is way longer than I had ever expected. But it's so much information I want to share with you guys. And I'm so passionate about just kind of creating a clarity versus trying to just ramble. I know that I see videos and people ramble and then they give references, but they don't really show it. I needed to show you in videos and articles and us talking to each other. We may agree or disagree on how to approach this, but we do agree that we want to be BF1 first. We need Black family first. So I just want to do a recap, and then if you guys could stay with me in these last few minutes, I just kind of want to do a recap for those who might have chimed in at the end. My name is Shirley Husar, and you are watching the Shirley Husar Show. Please make sure that you like and share this video. Share and like this video. It is so important that you share. There's a lot of you in the chat room, so there's 43 people in the chat room. If everybody can just click the like button, like a sister, share with a sister, get the numbers up. Number one, let me give you some homework assignments. Number one, Freedmen Bureau Bank. I need you to do the records of understanding what the Freedmen Bureau records are about. Go in here, click research. See how I click research right there? You click in research. You put your name, your first and last name, your year, and you start from
Freedmen's Bureau digital records. Okay.
Okay, you see that one? That's your first homework assignment right there. So again, I need you to go to the Freedmen Bureau. This is
wait. Do it again. I gotta type it in. Sorry.
Okay, so here we go. We have the Smithsonian Institute right here, and you go into the website is at the top, which is nmahc.si.educate. And again, don't worry about it. At the end of this video, I'm going to put all the links, and you can kind of go find them from there. I'm not going to read off the links, but I'll show you what you need to do. When you get there, you scroll down, you click here, and you put your name and number, and then you do the following, and you start your own research. That's number one. Number two, I need you to go back and watch this video. This video is of the link of the Columbia Learning, and they talk about the Freedmen Bureau and reconstruction. What I didn't go into was, hold on, he had another great video. I didn't go into that one. But they did have a video where they talked about the marketing aspect of the reconstruction. So they do a whole thing on the reconstruction and the marketing. The marketing and the labor aspects are important. Make sure you do that. Also, find your roots. Find your roots. You need to do your research. Every day, this website, these people are doing things explaining what goes on. I think I have that here. Here we go. And also I'm thinking about, I don't know if anybody want to do this with me. I might go to this seminar. They have an event coming up. Again, these are Mormons, so they're going to try to maybe partly convert you. Ain't got to do all that. But they do. They having what they call, what is Root Tech? Root Tech is empowering people and their families, where they teach you how to research for yourself. Hear me out. How to do your research, breakdown sessions and everything. How you can put up data blogs. This is fascinating to me. This is all fascinating to me. It is in England. Excuse me, it is in England, and it is also in Utah. So when is this event? It's the end of March. What did it say? Oh no, February. Sorry about that. It's February the 26th through the 29th. So if you want to look this up, if anybody's interested in going to Root Tech, I'm kind of interested in this one. You can put your information here and start learning your own database. Remember, make sure you look up the interesting video I showed you with the Freeman Bureau, where I talked about the dollar amount. Remember this lady, they talked about how much money we weren't getting. Over 70, there was over 70, where we go right here. Where it was over 70, how many?
Of $1.3 billion.
Right. Okay, so we had 70,000 people that put into this bank, and that money would equate today to $1.3 million. Now, we're not even talking about accruing interest. We're not talking about penalties and all this other stuff that they took from us, charged us, and basically passed out this money like popcorn and water. Make sure you do your research on that one. I just typed in the word Freeman Bureau Bank, and look, there's all kind of histories. It's all kind of records. Y'all ain't doing your homework. Don't let these people make you seem like you stupid people. You can start off by Wikipedia and breaking down, understanding the difference between Lincoln and Reconstruction and all the people that stole from you, and Andrew Johnson, that old evil ass president. You know, learn the banks, learned about all the Freeman Bureau field officers. There were over 900. Here's a view of the maps. Remember we talked about that? Here's a map view of all the bureaus that were set up to embed. And look, they start with Texas over. See, do you see this is Texas right here? They weren't in the West Coast. They weren't in the North. They were all in the South. If you have Black family members, you start in the South. My family is Louisiana and Arkansas. Okay, I know that, and Texas, very heavy Texas. I've done my ancestors and have very heavy endeavor with Texas. But then I've also researched Virginia and North Carolina. Now, why this waterfront right here? Because Africa was here, and Africa came all the way over to this water part right here. So if you see that part right here. So that's why you had a lot of Blacks on this part of the country, for those who may not or may not know. There's a lot of things that you can pull up to understand the histories, and the photos. They're all telling you your contribution. But if you're not going to recognize that, even the monuments that are put out throughout the city, then you fail yourself. Because see, with knowledge you grow, with power you know, and you can't let other people come on a scale and start riding on telling you their story, and yet you can't even hear your own. Dimitri, your camera's showing, just by the way, your camera's showing if you want your camera.
Oh, sorry.
Anybody else? Demetrius, you want to end up saying anything? Pastor Tatum, I think you're still in the room. Your mic is muted, but anything else you want to leave in kind words, Dimitri?
Well, no, I just look forward to the follow-up video, because I think this was a great setup. Now I'm ready for the trilogy.
And what would you like that trilogy to consist of?
Dealing with the traders, definitely, because you can't have any movement when you got traders running around all over the place, messing things up. And then also the next step after this.
No, I agree. Move forward. I agree with you on that, because there's certain traders. I mean, we didn't even go into the fact of talking about the liberal white women's movement who filtered like they were Black women and said that Black women hate Black men. See, these are booby traps. This is the booby trap movement. This is the booby trap movement. And in the meantime, we're diverted. We're talking about celebrities and housewives, and we're not talking about getting a check. And then these people are coming in, bringing their industry and not helping our own. Pastor Tatum, are you there? Okay, Pastor Tatum is not there.
I'm definitely looking forward to you. I'm waiting for somebody to do the feminist movement, because no one's calling out the feminist movement at all. Literally. I mean, I think Yvette Carnell did a great show about We Were Her Slaves that talked about feminism and the slave trade. and how they own 40% of slaves. But I'm waiting for that to really go in on this movement, because it's utterly a farce in every way.
I got somebody for you. Hold on, before I get off this channel, I do have someone that went really heavy on it. What did she talk? She talked about it wasn't Gloria Stein, right?
Gloria Steinem, Margaret Sanger, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, all those feminists from the very beginning.
Gloria. Hold on. The person who talked about this was Vicky Diller on Nubian Queen. I watched the Nubian Queen a lot. So Vicky Diller talked about that. And I would say go to Vicky Diller's channel. I was trying to pull that up real quick to put that up. We'll do that in another time. But just remind me, Dimitri.
Grace and peace, family.
Hold on. I'll show you this real quick. Go to this sister's channel. Let me show you before we get off. Do this really quick, because you asked this question. So the Nubian Queens have been on it. These are very, very pro-Black women. If you start watching Vicky Diller, they're all different ones. Vicky went into this whole thing about the Gloria Stein and what Gloria Stein did and what she filtrated to do. She broke that down. I don't hope that video is still up, because some of the stuff she goes into, she gets crossfire really heavily on it. But I would say go to Nubian Queen channel, my family, if you want to know about white women filtrating and these liberal progressive white women into Black women's ideology and thinking. I like a lot of things these sisters say. We may not agree 120%. I know they're not pro-Trump, red flag. They're not pro-Trump. But I'm pro policies and politics and legislation. I am pro. Let's work with what we have, which is we have an administration right now that's claiming he wants our votes, because after the election it ain't gonna be as easy, because they don't need you.
Nope.
They don't need you. So you have to put the pressure now to say, are you going to put any legislation together for Black people? We have to be louder at the table. And we're not going to be louder at the table, sitting around smiling and grinning and just saying, well, you know what? We're not employed anymore. And when you take a president who continues, this is where I differ with President Trump. When you have a president who continues to compare us to Chinese and Hispanic communities, when these people can go back to their country and I cannot, there's a problem. There's a problem, my people, because we don't have the resources like they do to continue to build in this country. I can't go back to Africa and Nigeria and prove I'm connected.
Exactly.
What tribe? I can't do that. The only tribe I'm connected to is the colonist. That's the tribe I'm in. That's the tribe I'm in. Demetrius, you have one more thing before we go?
No, I'm good.
Well, God bless you. Hey, Aaron, I see so many of you out there. Kiki Green, I really appreciate it. I appreciate each one of you. DN, I thank you so much. Lisa's out there. You guys have all been part of this and just staying in real late. Job bless you so much. Dark Matter's been out there. Fire's been on there. I appreciate all you guys who come. And Pam, thank you for moderating. I know you had to leave. Mona's love. Big Mad is always on board. Ron is on board. I just thank you guys so much for your input, because it adds to the value. The more we learn, the more we grow, and we all have a voice here. I don't want one person to feel that, hey, I didn't get to say nothing. Well, maybe you didn't, but maybe some of the things from the other panelists, your questions were asked. I want to thank each one of you. I highlight you, even though you didn't get to say nothing, you still participated. Herb, I always thank you so much. Herb Saint, you're always on board. Next time we're going to bring you into the chat room, because I know you always have a lot to say, and it means a lot to me. And I think blessings to many of you. Continue to put yourself forward. Caroline, I love you. I see you always coming in there as well. I mean, just so many of you guys are just good people. And thank you so much, Ms. Kirkpatrick, again. And I thank you, Dimitri. I thank you, Pastor Tatum. Thank you, Edie, for being on board. And that other brother, thank him for coming on board, Jay. And I appreciate it. And Byron, let's do this again real soon. Let's talk. Do your homework. Know what type of Negro you are. Understand the lineage and the colonists, and understand that Congress owes us more than a check. They owe us respect, and they owe us a placement of understanding that the contribution that we've done, that we continue to do, may not be a misstep, but a step forward in the right direction, and correcting the reconstruction of the failed American history that needs to be replaced in a manner of structure that is better for all of us. Thank you guys so much, and good night.